Commissioner French.
Here.
Commissioner Forney. Absent,
No, here.
oh, here, sorry.
Squeak
President
louder.
Bohr.
Sorry.
Here. Thank you, Secretary. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda with the following modification. There's a request from staff to advance Resolution 2019-389 to the full board from the Committee on Admin and Finance. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Musich.
President Bourne, have there been any other changes to the published agenda since it was notified, since the public was notified via Gov Delivery that it was available online?
Commissioner Musich, there is not.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the agenda with the addition of 2019-389, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the agenda carries. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of November 6th, 2019.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of the approval of the minutes for November 6th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the item carries. Moving on to reports of officers, Superintendent Bangor.
Thank you, President Warren, Commissioners, and welcome everybody. We'll start off with athletics, aquatics, and ice arenas. Aquatics, the second annual Thanksgiving 5K event is on November 28th at Phillips Aquatic Center at Phillips, of course, PCC. And great event, so please come out and participate. And hopefully my son, who's a great swimmer, will get him out there to see what he can do. So please join, and it's going to be a great event. Recreation volunteers. 36 volunteers completed the Code of Ethics this week. We are still recruiting youth and sports coaches for the winter season of basketball, hockey, and wrestling. Moving on to recreation centers and programs. Follow Park. Follow debuted a new STEAM program, Mega Machines Robotics. The program allowed participants to create some of their favorite motorized vehicles. They learned about gear ratios, sensors, pulleys, cranks, and programs as they build trucks, space rovers, helicopters, and more. Program is for 7 to 12-year-olds and ran through November 11th. Some of the wonderful things in our rec centers. It's great to see some of the science programs that we're offering. Great job at following. Farview. Youth Line. Sarah Williams was awarded the Walter Dietzig Recreation Innovation Funds for the Creative Voice program at Farview Park in partnership with Jasira, I'm not going to be good at this, Nikundi, Jamal Guy, and Terrell Lewis. So congratulations on that. The Creative Voices, the next part, the one we're talking about here is the Creative Voices engages 50 teenagers in a series of creative arts and technology programs, including visual voice, visual art, sound voice, sound mixing, and photo voice photography. Skills learned through participation will offer youth leadership, a voice, a safe space of progress to process, a final product, and a marketable trait potential for future entrepreneurship. Program is for 13 to 17-year-olds and runs through December 4th. This helps set the foundation for our ideation spaces, as I mentioned before, and so this is just an example of the potential of what we can do when we start to talk about innovation, technology, ideation spaces. When we talk about kids learning about STEAM and STEM and coding and design graphic work and documentary work. So very excited to see this is happening, and we're looking forward to more of these happening in our ideation locations across the city, hopefully. So wonderful, wonderful program. Rec Plus sites that are open the day before Thanksgiving include Armitage, Hiawatha School Park, Keewaydin, Lyndhurst, Matthews, Waite, and Weber. To date, 140 children are registered. So, like I said before, I'll say it again, we have the best daycare program in the city, I believe, and it's just wonderful. So, Forestry. The Forestry Department's Hugo Tadeo helped train our gardeners on how to prune young trees. This work will help young park trees develop strong branching, which will improve their longevity. And wonderful, wonderful people there doing that work. Maintenance and operations. Winter preference for park keeper assignments was held last week on November 13th. This process helps MPRB realign the workforce to help maintain our winter ice rinks and workload that is associated with winter months. Ice rinks continue to go up in all service areas. Maintenance and operations will continue to stay focused on the weather and dropping temperatures to start adding water to those locations as soon as possible. Plowing and snow removal routes and equipment continue to get prepped for winter, and our mobile equipment operators staking out paths to the equipment shop, ensuring that all implements and machines are prepped and ready for the first snowfall. And so thank you to our operations teams for the wonderful work they do, of course, every year, and getting ready for the snow this year. So great work. Environmental management, environmental volunteers, one-time service projects update. 165 one-time projects, 3,469 volunteers, 7,930 hours contributed. Highlights, too many to count, but here are a few. 16 youth projects, including 8 Eagle Scout candidate projects. The birthday volunteering, Catherine J. celebrated her 70th with friends volunteering at the Rose Garden. And big thank you, or best thank you, to 120 handwritten notes from Parkway Montessori 6th graders, their 7th annual event. And 60 Target volunteers participated in a crown vetch clipping competition at Mill Rooms. So many things that happen we're not even aware of, but this is just wonderful. So again, thank you for all the wonderful work our volunteers do. Theodore Worth Regional Park irrigation booster pump replacement. Construction work was completed at the booster irrigation and snowmaking pump replacement project. The new pumps were started on October 4th, and the local foundation began using the pumps on October 6th to make snow for the ski trails. The project was funded through FEMA, funds allocated for golf course upgrades, and the existing pumps were more than 20 years old and not allowing for irrigation or snowmaking systems to operate properly. So we're excited about having these new equipment and doing, obviously having a great winter season. Theodore Worth Regional Park, golf course chalet improvements. Construction work is underway to renovate the upper plaza and access stairway waterproofing system. The existing waterproofing was more than 20 years old and was allowing rain and snow melt water to enter the food service area of the chalet, causing health code issues. During the course of construction, it was discovered that the structural concrete portion of the stairway had failed. Work continues to restructure the concrete and install a new set of access steps. The project is scheduled to be completed in early January. The project was funded through FEMA, funded allocation for golf course upgrades. The existing chalet was constructed in the 1920s and is being renovated following historic guidelines. So great work being done on that. And I believe that is everything that I have to report. So thank you, President, Board, and Commissioners.
Thank you, Superintendent Bangora. Do commissioners have questions or comments on the superintendent's report? Seeing none, moving on to the consent agenda, I would entertain a motion for resolutions 2019-370 through 382. Is there a motion?
So moved.
The consent agenda has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
The consent agenda has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on any of the items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all of those in favor of items 370 through 382, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the consent agenda carries. Moving on to reports of standing committees, Chair Forney.
On behalf of the Planning Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-368, a resolution approving the concept plan for Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden operations and visitor comfort improvements at Theodore Worth Regional Park.
2019-368 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor of Resolution 2019-368, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the resolution carries. Chair Forney.
There's nothing more for final.
Oh, excuse me, that moves on to unfinished business. Moving on to unfinished business, I would entertain a resolution for 2019-385, a resolution approving the charge and composition for an appointed community advisory committee for final design for Graco Park and preliminary and final design for Shear Addition Lot Number 2. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-385? Seeing none, I would like to ask Assistant Superintendent Schroeder just to give a really brief update so folks are aware of where we're at in the process with Graco Park.
President, Board, and Commissioners, very briefly, we'll be engaging in this process to look at development on what we used to call Parcel D. It's now Lot 2 of the Shear Addition and Graco Park. We previously had a CAC that would look at Parcel D. The settlement discussions that we had with Graco led to the ability to add the park into the CAC process. So now we can ask the CAC to look at both. We'll be moving through that process in order that we meet the requirements of the settlement discussion to have the substantial completion of park improvements by June 30th of 2022. We will likely have some activity happening even in 2020 as we look to early implementation of what was called the flood barrier or flood platform project that would prevent portions of the Graco campus from flooding. And that was also part of the settlement discussions.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. Questions or comments? Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm really happy to see this moving forward. I know that there had been some discussion about that, and I'm happy to see that staff have accelerated the timeline on that. And then Commissioner Vita and I were wondering why we skipped past 383 and 384, and Secretary Ringgold informed us that we have to wait for those because of public hearings. So just for the rest of the commissioners, that's why we're skipped.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Is there any further discussion on 2019-385? Seeing none, all of those in favor of 2019-385, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 2019-385 carries. Moving on, I think we probably have time for a recreation program update before we get into time certain items. So Assistant Superintendent Cox.
Good evening, Commissioners. I think I can do this really quickly.
Feel free to take like 17 minutes, actually.
I will do my very best, but I don't think I need that other than finding it. This is probably my fastest presentation to date. So just to give you an update from the last time I was before you with the recreation programs update, Full Service Community Schools completed its data sharing agreement with Minneapolis Public Schools, which means that the staff member that we have assigned to Bethune will be able to work with student and family data on the school side in order to advance initiatives and work that she's doing on behalf of the project, Full Service Community Schools project. The staff there also hosted a Communities Cook event, which is an effort of Appetite for Change. And what it does is it's designed to bring a variety of community members together to promote community. One, it's helping people develop ideas for cooking healthy meals. It's designed to be family style so that while we're cooking, we are sharing stories of community and getting to know our neighbors. And so I think this was a really creative way of getting school families to join the broader community. So there's about 60 people that did that, that participated, and there was childcare and transportation, everything involved. What I'm hoping is that we can start to host some of them at the school site. May take a little bit of maneuvering, but that's my goal, to host some future ones there. Lastly, on this project, we submitted a grant application for the Phillips Family Foundation, and the grant is only available to North Minneapolis schools, and it is designed to fund family engagement efforts. This is perfect timing and a perfect fit for us because that was one of the things that we said that we could bring to the project is our expertise around family engagement. So keep your fingers crossed that we get somewhere close to that $20,000 that may be available through this grant. On to Youth Line. Last time we talked, I told you that there were a few vacancies as a result of resignations. So we conducted interviews a couple of weeks ago. We have offers made, and we are waiting. We're hoping that we will have start dates in early December, pending background checks. Didn't get you to the 17 minutes, but can I answer any questions for you?
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Cox. Do commissioners have any questions or comments for the Assistant Superintendent? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. Assistant Superintendent Cox, how many resignations has Youth Line sustained since we've implemented changes there?
So, President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, that would be difficult for me to answer in this moment, given that I was out for a period of time over the summer. What I can say for certain is that during my period out, I believe there were 3 resignations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Your light is still on. Is that your? Okay. Commissioner French.
Were the exit interviews done for the folks who made resignations? And if so, are we privy to some of that information?
President Bourne, Commissioner French, I did not conduct exit interviews, but what I can say is that one person went off to start a business.
Okay.
Another person took a higher level job with another agency, and I can't speak to the third person. So in some ways, we are helping to support launching careers or business ventures, entrepreneurial ventures, and so.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that, our program is, the changes that are being made are not the reason that folks are resigning. If they are, that means they're not on board with some of the changes. So thank you for the work that you've been doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. Are there any other questions or comments for the Assistant Superintendent? Seeing none, I'll just say that the piece on the list that I'm probably most excited about, and it sounds kind of wonkish, is the data sharing agreement. That has forever been a huge barrier for our organizations to really do some effective youth service delivery together with working with the same child. We have people that are literally 50 feet away from each other in a building that don't know some of the most important needs that a child may have once you cross a threshold in some of our shared sites. So phenomenal work on getting the framework of a data sharing agreement with MPS going. So
Thank you. If I could just add one more comment. As a result of this data sharing agreement, it not only allows us to understand the experiences or needs of the student, but it also helps us serve the families as well, which was part of the full service community school project. So we understand what mom or dad or grandma, whomever is caring for the child, what they need also. So.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. We have about 11 minutes before our first time certain item. I'm wondering if we have enough time to, at staff's discretion, we have some guests from Wilderness Inquiry that if we don't go now, it might be a long time before they're able to go. So Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, if you'd like to introduce that.
Right behind you.
President Ford and Commissioners, Rick Layus will be joining me tonight. He's the Executive Director of Wilderness Inquiry. And we had planned on a 10-minute presentation, so it might be just a little longer than that, but we'll be ready to step aside at open time. So I'll start this. The resolution results from an opportunity we have to look at an evolution of a site and coupling that with a change in the ownership or sale that Wilderness Inquiry is going through on their current site. They're currently located on 8th Avenue in Dickeytown. They're looking for an opportunity to relocate. When we look at those opportunities and their desire to capitalize on their programming on the Mississippi River, we look at a site that we refer to as 1720 Marshall, which is set in a near derelict condition since we bought it and have not been able to use it. We could spend a lot of time talking about what it looks like, but this is the building that we bought intending to reshape it into an operations center. That didn't happen. So we look at this site, it's a part of Apopka Falls. It's located just past the extent of the current East Bank Trail, with just a couple of properties separating it from the northerly terminus. But what becomes important is to recognize that we've had programming opportunities and endeavors with Wilderness Inquiry through the years, and this site provides a significant opportunity for us to expand upon those. And so that's where I'd like Greg to talk about Wilderness Inquiry in general, and in particular spending a little time talking about the 8,000 to 10,000 Minneapolis youth that they currently serve, and how we might use this as a springboard for expanding that population of youth served through their outdoor experience programs.
Great, thank you, Michael. President Bourne and Commissioners, so my name is Greg Lace and I'm the Director of Wilderness Inquiry. I'm really happy to be here. Some of our staff are here, as you noted, and I really appreciate this opportunity. I have to say that we're just brimming with excitement here. I think many of you know that Wilderness Inquiry is a nonprofit organization. This is actually our 41st year, and we've been, in Minneapolis for all of those 41 years. Last year we served about 40,000 people. If you looked at it collectively over the 41 years, we've served about 500,000 people. When we started out, we worked with people with disabilities of all kinds. We still do that. Our mission is really inclusion, and how do we get people who are not getting outdoors, how do we get them outdoors and connect them to public lands and resources in the city, in the state, and in the United States, and really around the world. We have a number of programs, which I'll get to in a second, that engage people of all backgrounds, and abilities. And I just have to say that Minneapolis Park Board has been one of our #1 partners over those 41 years. I was going through pictures. I found pictures of us. We used Matthews Rec Center in 1979 and 1980 to launch our trips to the Boundary Waters, where everybody came. So really, when I think about all of the partners we've had, the Park Board and Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board has been a phenomenal partner. And so I thank you for all that. The Mississippi River Center, right, switch sides here or not? Just click. Yeah, there we go. So this building, this site, this opportunity there is really exciting for us. As Michael alluded to, we have a headquarters building in Dinkytown, right kitty corner from Bierman Field, and we are in the process of selling that building and looking to stay in the city, ideally be near the river, and ideally work with a number of partners. So for us, that property at 1720 Marshall Northeast, as much as it looked like kind of a derelict there in the picture, you add a little vision to that, and what we see is a great opportunity for Mississippi River Center that is not only a headquarters for us, but also a community center, an access point to the river, a place where people from the entire city can get access to the Mississippi and enjoy it. You've probably seen our big canoes. In fact, I'll bet a number of you have been in those big canoes on the river. This would be a great place for us to paddle to and from on the upper Mississippi. So in addition to it being an operation space for us, in a public access space, we probably have it for other nonprofits and like-minded organizations. Minneapolis Park Foundation. Currently, the National Park Service has a little office space with us in Dinkytown. We would expect them to move with us. So this could be a really good clustering and convergence of like-minded organizations. And last but not least, we would also like to probably include, and this is all in discussions right now, but housing for students, interns, and staff, so that we could have really a combination of things going on there, which would be phenomenal. And that's all great and fine and wonderful, but the thing that's most exciting to us is the programming. We're not about buildings, we're about programs. And as Michael said, we serve tens of thousands of kids in the city of Minneapolis now through a variety of things, much of it on Park Board land, in fact, probably most of it. We work with Minneapolis Public Schools. We work with, programs like Step Up Achieve. We work with Park Board and a lot of different groups. We tend to go to places where people are. So, for example, Pride is one of our big festivals that we go to. We'll take like 2,000 people paddling on Loring Pond. The May Day Festival, which I'm not sure of the status of that, but that's been one of our big hits, and we take people paddling on Powderhorn Park. We go to Fort Snelling, we go to all the chain of lakes. So really that citywide programming that we already do would only be enhanced and deepened by this. And I think, I had a conversation with Superintendent Bangora the other day, and what he was saying, and I agreed with him completely, about partnerships is, how do we get a partnership that's really sustainable for both organizations? And part of that would be embedding staff members, within these buildings and facilities, but also within these operations. And the way that I look at it, and I say this as both a program partner and a citizen of Minneapolis, we have such an enmeshed set of things that we do already. This is not going to be a hard sell for us to do that, as our staff and your staff are virtually similar people, and they get along, we all have the same goals. So I would just say that, to me, the most exciting thing about this, the building's great. I think we'll have the resources and things to help put something together here, if you're willing to do that. But the bigger piece is going to be that cooperative programming for a long time. Just briefly, our programs, we have one called Share the Adventure. That's our original one. I wanted to put this out there to show you that we also have, this is a kayak program. We have a 40-acre base camp up on the south shore of Lake Superior, near what's called Little Sand Bay, near Bayfield, Wisconsin. We take a lot of Minneapolis kids up there. It's a great place and facility. We have the Canoe-mobile, which is what we call the program with those big boats. The Canoe-mobile last year served about 35,000 students, about 10 or 15,000 from Minneapolis. This goes coast to coast, and Commissioner Forney, that's what you were in San Francisco when you paddled under the Golden Gate Bridge. So there's a lot to be said here too, which we're super excited about, forming a model program here with Minneapolis Park and Rec Board that we could also work with other Park and Rec organizations around the country. We have another program called Outdoor Career Academy. One of the things that's happened as a result of getting all these kids outdoors is a lot of them come up to us and say, well, we want a job outdoors. How do I get a job like yours? How do I become a National Park Service ranger? And so we've approached this from different angles, but now what we're doing is more of a direct service training program for students and kids to give them credentials and help to introduce them to the outdoors, which is very exciting. A number of them have had jobs and have progressed through that. Last but not least, one of the most exciting ones that we work on is credit recovery with Minneapolis Public Schools. We do quite a bit with Minneapolis Public Schools. As you know, there's a lot of kids that aren't passing or graduating because they're not getting enough credits, which we think speaks to kind of the core of the achievement gap. And what we're doing is we have a program with them where we use Theodore Wirth Park, we use Minneapolis Park Board lands and facilities to use place-based education, where we take kids outside and teach them math, language, arts, history, using in this case you can see some furs here of the fur trade era, using the hands-on practical techniques that really engage these kids. And I can just tell you personally, when you're netting in the Mississippi River and you pull up a bunch of critters that are flipping and flopping, every kid is paying attention. So it's really a great way to engage them. So that's super exciting. And we also do laddered programming with Minneapolis Public Schools and Edison High School in particular, where we start here and come in the local parks. We go to the Boundary Waters, we go to Voyageurs National Park, and we also have funding to take kids out to Yellowstone National Park as kind of a capstone experience. But it all starts here at Minneapolis Park and Rec, and then goes on from there. So I probably talked too long, but I'm really excited. This is your long piece here.
Actually, President Ford, we'll step aside and allow open time, and we'll step back and finish the presentation. We'll allow for questions then.
Fantastic. We have a time certain item at 5:30. The Minneapolis Park Board takes public comment in a process that we call open time. It's our opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Commissioners directly on virtually any topic that they want to make sure that the board is giving attention to. We have a couple of guidelines for open time. The time does not exceed 15 minutes, with time to be allocated by the board chair. I have 8 speakers signed up. I'm going to allocate up to 2 minutes per speaker. There's just a couple of, there's the only items that we do not hear during open time are pending litigation or personnel issues. If you want to get the board's attention around either of those items, we would like to hear from you. The best way to respect the privacy of folks that are involved in either one of those is to reach out to board members directly. All of our contact information is on minneapolisparks.org. Minneapolis Park Board doesn't tolerate discriminatory or harassing comments towards anyone, so we ask that you keep those in mind when you're making your public comments. My first speaker that I have signed up this evening is Al Geisen. Al, are you here this evening? Al, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Thank you. President Bourne, Commissioners. My name is Al Geisen. I live at 45 East Minnehaha Parkway. And I'm here tonight to oppose the Minnehaha Parkway preferred concept as it relates to the denial of access for cars along the parkway. I'm one of the leaders of the Preserve the Parkway group. We're organic and none of us have a history of being activists. Yet, we have 500 lawn signs out and 500 people on our email list and Facebook group. The Star Tribune has had 2 front page articles and a 3rd article yesterday, plus commentary in editorial. The Southwest Journal has had a front page article, and Minneapolis has also had an article. This isn't because we're PR professionals, far from it. It's because the idea to deny access to the parkway is recognized by so many as being so bad. We thank the Park Board for listening and removing the medians, which were part of an original or an earlier proposal. But that's not enough. Since the decision to remove the medians, the comments on your own survey still run overwhelmingly against this preferred concept. Your question number 3 on SurveyMonkey, there are 263 responses opposed to the denial of car access and only 21 in support. That's 90+% opposition. And this tabulation is since July 10th, after the medians were withdrawn. Based on your own traffic study, as elected officials, you might consider that this plan will frustrate 900 drivers a day on the Nicollet segment, 1,900 near Lyndhurst, and 2,200 near Portland. There will be many unhappy people. At Nicollet, you're creating conflicts between cars, bikes, and pedestrians when there are no similar conflicts present today. Eastbound cars must cross Nicollet, where southbound cars come downhill and across the bridge often at about 40 miles an hour. Eastbound cars must cross pedestrian crossings and bike lanes and proceed down then a narrow 23-foot road, and it's very steep downhill. This is not a typical residential road, and you're not enhancing safety. You're increasing hazards on Nicollet by an almost infinite amount, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geisen. My next speaker is Amy Simpson-Dean. Amy, if you could come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Hi, my name is Amy Simpson-Dean. I live at 25 East Minnehaha Parkway. And I would also like to address the current master plan proposals to divert or close sections of Minnehaha Parkway and to build a play area under Nicollet Avenue Bridge. So I like to talk numbers. Over 90% of the Park and Rec online survey are opposed to closing parts of the parkway to car traffic or to diverting that traffic. 84% are opposed in a poll today on Nextdoor, posted just by a community resident. By my rough count at the CAC meeting last night, over 80% who showed up were opposed to these plans. Clearly, the community is not behind this. Now let's talk traffic. Around 300 to 700. That's about how many cars travel on most residential streets in Tangletown and Lyndhurst, according to Minneapolis's traffic studies. They do 2 counts. The Park Board, as part of this overall plan, hired a company to run its own traffic study. It ran it for just 2 days, one Thursday, one Saturday in October. According to these 2 dates, if they close the lower road under Nicollet Avenue Bridge, daily volumes on the upper road streets will increase from 250 cars to 1,200 cars per day on the west side. It will increase from 500 to 1,500 on the east side. This is a 3 to 5 time increase and well above the volume in Minneapolis residential streets. Clearly, the aspirational nature of this project has overlooked the practical impacts on the neighborhood. At the same time, these upper roads have blind turns due to the angle of the intersections, bottlenecks. You're funneling 1,200 cars through these residential streets, and that doesn't sound so safe to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson-Dean. My next speaker is Colleen Kepler. Colleen, are you here this evening? Colleen, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Colleen Kepler. I'm from Fulton. I attended the CAC meeting last night related to the Minnehaha Parkway closures and reroutes, and I want to thank Commissioners Forney and Musich, who were also there, and we were all there to hear about the traffic study. What we learned from the traffic study is that the preferred concepts will actually exacerbate public safety concerns for pedestrians and bicyclists and drivers. Especially troubling is the case of the Lyndhurst area, which was just referenced. I mean, essentially, there's a route that involves 4 different turns in a busy area next to an elementary school and a large church. Today, that's 1 turn, so it's quite different. So the plan to close or reroute traffic has been wildly unpopular with residents since the day it was proposed. By July, the opposition was really obvious, and the right thing to do as an outcome of engagement would have been to scrap the project. Instead, the park board opted to pause the process and hire a consultant to conduct a 2-day traffic study in October. When I asked the project manager about the data to back up these massive changes to traffic patterns and our living environment, I wanted to know what data existed to show the depth of the public safety problem that would motivate these changes. Surely there must have been a tracking of fatalities or serious injuries. Surely there must have been a dramatic uptick that warranted action in the form of this master plan. In fact, the project manager admitted that crash and fatality reports for the parkway as a whole are extremely low. So this begs the question of why we're even considering this. The project manager also shared that both in-meeting and online responses are overwhelmingly against any changes to the parkway. That should be the end of it. Stop wasting resources on a needless project that the community is against. Take the money and plant some trees.
Thank you, Colleen. Our next speaker is Peter McDonough. Peter, are you here this evening? Peter, if you could come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record, and welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Peter McDonough, and I am the University of Minnesota delegate of the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission. And I'm here to ask that funding for the 3 urban forestry coordinators to expand computer labs and park and youth programs not happen. In the research that I've done, we need, Washington State has shown this and several other researchers, that we need to replace phones with stones and screens with greens. And our sustainability forestry coordinator is in charge of making sure that we don't have another Dutch elm disease crisis. We don't have another emerald ash borer crisis, which we're in the middle of, in which we have potentially 217,000 ash trees, which will be removed from our urban forest, averaging 19 inches DBH. And somewhere out there, if we don't have a sustainably forestry coordinator to make sure that we have a diverse urban forest, we're going to end up with another urban forest crisis. Our tree preservation coordinator would have been, if that person had been in place, there wouldn't have been 800 trees cut out of the sculpture garden that were planted by the park board. If we had a forestry outreach coordinator, which has been budgeted, they can tap into volunteers, students, stewards, paraprofessionals, and citizen pruners, none of whom will draw a paycheck from the park board, but will support the urban forest. We have climate change that's coming. Our stormwater is projected to be at 40 inches annual instead of 30 inches annual. We're projected to have to go from 13 days above 90 degrees Fahrenheit to 40 to 49 by 2050. I ask that these positions be kept, and my time is up.
Thank you, Peter. My next speaker is Mike Tate. Mike, if you can, Mr. Tate, if you can come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the record. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Commissioners and our President Board Commissioners, Mike Tate, North Minneapolis. I'm here to speak about the budget and what that looks like and how I went to Data Link to find $34.5 million in vendor, quote unquote, stuff going on. And I'm asking whoever, the adults in the room, to go through that line by line and see what that gets us. I got a feeling in my heart we're doing things that were 20 years ago, and we're just signing off on contracts and not really having the data to say it works. And with the new plan and your 4 pillars, Mr. Bangor, about racial equity and youth and environmental and community power, I recommend that we use that when we go through these line items. Some of these contracts are coming due, they may get re-signed, but I just think if we're trying to get another 8% for programming and other things to do in the city of Minneapolis, I think we need to pay attention to this. Most of y'all were elected to make changes that are tough, but make good changes too that are rough. And I just hope that you would take the time, look at it, or have somebody look at it and say, does this work? Is the data here to recommend that we have XYZ programming as I look at it, because that's where I come from, but maybe something else is not showing up. But let's have a real concern and a real conversation on what's working instead of just signing the check, not having the data that supports whatever we're signing the check for. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. The next speaker I've signed up is Dan Brady. Dan, are you here this evening? Dan, if you would come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
My name is Dan Brady. I live in Stano, across the river. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. This past Saturday, we lost a fighter. And I think that the park board should have consideration about naming something. I realize that's an issue here, but there is a place in Northeast on Johnson called the Northeast Recreation Center. And I think it would be a good idea that Diane Loeffler's name is put on that. Just want to put that out there, food for thought. Hopefully it will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. The next speaker that I have signed up is Ryan Johnson. Ryan, are you here this evening? Ryan, if you could come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address. You have 2 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Johnson. I live at 4123 Columbus Avenue. I moved to Minneapolis in 2015, and I've lived within the city limits ever since, along with the tens of thousands of others who have moved over the past few years and now call Minneapolis home. I came because there was something different about this big city than others I had been to or lived in the past. I had all the perks of city life without most of the big city insanity I had known from times in Detroit or Chicago. But the one thing that stood out to me from the first visit was the parks, something I think most newcomers soon realize and grow to love. Our parks have a national reputation, not only for their quantity, but also their quality. In large part thanks to the direction of the Parks and Rec Board, so I thank you for your service. After spending a lot of time in the city and taking advantage of the excellent parks we have, one thing that stood out to me within the whole system was the trees. We have great trees here, and they are maintained at a high level. The research behind the value of trees and the benefits they add to our communities speaks for itself, from crime prevention to quality of life, and most obviously, the environment. I voiced my support today for the Forestry Department, specifically the coordinator positions that the board has questioned the necessity of as of last week. As a community member, I am concerned that the loss of these positions will result in detrimental impacts on the trees in our communities. These positions are necessary to hold contractors accountable, care for and protect our trees, and improve public understanding and support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. My next speaker is Starla Kraus. Starla, if you can come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Thank you. Starla Krause at 2300 Victory Memorial Parkway. Thank you, commissioners. And I'm just here today, again, to thank you for the great season at Weber National Park. I came in September just to say thanks, but I'm saying it again. But the main reason I'm here tonight is just to express my interest in the splash pad that you're going to be discussing at Victory Park tonight. And I trust you. I rely on your expertise, but I just hope for less bells and whistles, and I think you all know what I mean. So in fact, that when it does get installed, that it runs very efficiently so that we may enjoy it every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Starla. That concludes the list of speakers that I have signed up for open time. I thought I was going to get our wilderness inquiry folks in and out, but we're at our next time certain item on the agenda. I do have one quick question, though, from the secretary. We have a public hearing on tree removal assessment, and I'm going to ask Director Wiseman to come up really briefly and just brief the audience about what that's about. If there may or may not be people signed up, and then we can go back to wilderness inquiry. But Director Wiseman.
Good evening, Commissioners, President Bourne. We are holding a public hearing tonight for diseased trees that were removed in the second part of 2018 and the first part of 2019. It's an opportunity for property owners to address the board if they have a concern regarding their assessment or any problem that may be unresolved from the actual removal. The assessment includes the actual contracted cost for the private property tree removal, an administrative charge, and removal interest that is placed as a special assessment on the property owner's property taxes. The cost is spread over an installment method of 5 years with a 5% interest factor added to each installment. The first installment of this special assessment will appear on their 2020 taxes. I have not received any inquiries about applications for deferral with this assessment roll. And you all have before you a list. It says tree pending assessments on your dais, and that is any unpaid assessment on that list will be levied.
Thank you. Thank you for the background, Director Wiseman. Secretary Ringgold tells me that there are 0 people signed up for the public hearing. I am opening the public hearing on the tree assessment. Is there anyone signed up, or is there anyone that would like to speak on the Park Board's assessment for removing trees? Is there anyone here that would like to speak? Is there anyone here that would like to speak? Seeing none, I am closing the public hearing, and we'll go back to, we have a few more minutes before our next time certain item. I'll go back to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
So, Commissioners, there's no action that needs to be taken tonight. We wanted to make certain that we had a chance for Wilderness Inquiry to come present the ideas behind the programming, the partnership that we would be looking to develop, and in part because as we move through this process, if the board is supportive, we would be moving through it rather quickly because of the need for them to vacate their current premises and begin construction on a new one. We don't want to seem like we're slipping past the board procedures, but we wanted to make sure we had a chance to present this to you. Our next action would essentially be to bring forward some kind of a memorandum of agreement about how we would pursue this, and with much more definitive tasks and timeline. We framed some of those here. They're in the background to the action, and we began to outline at a really cursory way the schedule that we'd be pursuing to advance this as quickly as possible. Interestingly, even as Mr. Leas and I have talked about this, the opportunity to begin expanding programming need not really wait. We can be doing some of those things even today. And so with that, I will step aside and go to questions.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. I think I saw Commissioner Musich, followed by Forney, followed by Meyer.
My light actually was on from the last item, so never mind.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. This is truly exciting, Greg. Yes, I've rode with you many times. In fact, Aquatics Director Mimi Kalb and I were one of the ones that got to go underneath, or almost underneath Golden Gate. So very, very exciting. And how can I thank you? I am curious about the housing that you talked about. If you could expand a little bit about what your thoughts are in that regard. Would this be public housing? Would this be just employee housing? What would you be envisioning there?
Sure. President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, as far as housing goes, you know, we're open to the idea of housing. We need housing for our staff and students and interns. Currently, we own a duplex in Dinkytown. that we use for housing throughout the year. And our thought would be that we would sell that property too as part of this overall move and ideally incorporate some form of housing. We're open to having some public housing there, and we're open to having, if you would, staff and intern housing. Housing for our people is an important piece for their kind of continuity in terms of doing that programming. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Just curious, would you see most of it as seasonal?
Well, I would see some of it as seasonal. I mean, that's a component for us, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a component for, all of the housing by any stretch.
Just a curious thing we haven't gotten into before, so I appreciate, thinking about that.
Yeah.
This is very exciting. I mean, I'm very excited about the agenda all around because we have 2 activations of the Mississippi above the falls and a dream, whatever, come true. So thank you for your interest, and I look forward to working something out.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Commissioner Meyer?
I'm really excited to see this happen. I'm very happy that you chose to stay in District 1. And, one of your biggest champions was Representative Loeffler. So I'm reminded of that as this comes up. She would have been very happy to see this too. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to really activate the riverfront space, and that's going to be important as you demolish the existing structure and create a new one. We want to make sure that people have good access down there. I think the idea of having more people live where they work, live where they study is great. So I'm very supportive of having some portion of housing be part of that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Is there any other further questions or comments or discussion? Commissioner Kogel.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Bourne. Is there any thought right now about timeline for any of this, or if you could just talk through after this discussion where we would be going?
President Bourne, Commissioner Kogel, we tried to frame a little bit of the timeline in the background materials we provided. But in general, our first task would be to spend the next several weeks developing some kind of an agreement that will allow us to move forward with confidence that this could happen. And I'm hopeful that we could be bringing that back to the board in January. At the same time as we explore this, we'd be engaging design consultants and possibly even a contractor, so we could be moving forward on a project with Wilderness Inquiry as quickly as possible in 2020. They have, if everything follows through, as I understand it, with their in the contemplated sale, they would need to be vacating their current premises in October of 2020. We know we can't get a building built that fast, but they also know that the faster they can get into a permanent home, the better it is for their programming.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel. Just have a couple of, I think, a couple of questions and comments. I'm incredibly supportive of Wilderness Inquiry. Before we closed the lock and dam, I was on a few trips with you guys, and it's a transformative experience for just not have it, like growing up in the urban core of the city. I had never been on the river before, and it was just an absolute transformative experience. I do have just a process question, and it's kind of an awkward process question, but just a few months ago, there was another organization that came here with a similar request to use this facility for us Somali Museum, and so we have what is clearly an underperforming asset for the Minneapolis Park Board, and it seems like we have a lot of community interest in it. And I just want to make sure that if we are going to partner with somebody to leverage that asset for the people of Minneapolis, that we're going about in an equitable and transparent way. So have we, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, have we issued any sort of RFP and notified the public that we're interested in entering into some sort of public nonprofit or public-private partnership for the site? And can you walk me through that, what we've done to solicit interest from potential partners?
President Bourne, it's a fair question. We've actually received inquiries from a number of different kinds of organizations, including for-profit entities that would like to buy this property or enter into long-term leases with us. The opportunity for an entity like the Somali Museum, we crafted into the Above the Falls Master Plan to allow for an institutional use to be located at some location within Above the Falls. It's my understanding that as we went through that process, they're not nearly so ready to move forward as what we might find with Wilderness Inquiry. I think it's one of the things that, as this is unfolded, we need to step back and look at. It's one of the things that I'll be working with Council Rice over the next several weeks to understand how we can be entering into this kind of an agreement. And from that perspective, it might be seen as perhaps similar to how we moved into an agreement with the Lopet Foundation to occupy parkland at Worth.
Okay. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent. There's no further questions or comments. We'll move on, and I think we're just about at our next time certain item on the agenda. Thank you for joining us this evening. We have another time certain public hearing on assessments around the East Bedeh-McCoska Parkway paving project. I'm going to let Director Wiseman take 3 to 4 minutes to describe that paving assessment project.
Sir President, Board, and Commissioners, this evening we're having a public hearing for the East Bedeh-McCoska paving improvement assessments that are calculated by using the City of Minneapolis Assessor's Office and utilizing the same process, area of influence, and uniform assessment rate as all City of Minneapolis streets. You have been given a pending assessment roll for the proposed levy on your dais, and it is titled Other Pending Assessments. You have the tree pending assessments and then the other pending assessment. The purpose of this public hearing is to allow property owners to address the board regarding their concerns about either the procedures of the assessment or other problems that remain unresolved. The method of assessments for parkway assessments, they are placed as a special assessment on the property owner's property taxes. The paving improvement project for East Bedeh-McCoska Parkway was considered a repaving project, which means the cost of the repaving project is spread in an installment method over 5 years with a 3% interest factor added to each installment. The first installment for this special assessment will again appear on the 2020 property taxes. The total budget for the East Bedeh-McCoska paving improvement project was budgeted at just over $800,000. There are 68 properties being assessed, and the total amount of the assessment is $107,798. The MPRV has received one formal written objection to the assessment for East Bedeh-McCoska Parkway for a church that is located within the area of influence. I, Director Swenson, and myself are available to answer any questions you may have after the public hearing.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. The time being 6 o'clock, I will open up the time certain public hearing on the East Bedeh-McCoska Parkway paving assessments. Secretary Ringgold informs me I have one speaker signed up. Is there anyone that is here to, and my one speaker is Christopher Huntley. Is there anyone who is not Christopher Huntley that was here intending to speak tonight on the Parkway paving assessments? Is there anyone that was intending to speak on the Parkway paving assessments? Is there anyone that would like to speak on the Parkway paving assessments? Mr. Huntley, if you could come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have 3 minutes to address the board, and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Huntley. I'm an attorney that represents the St. Mary's Greek Orthodox Church, which is one of the properties that's being assessed this amount. My address, I can give it to you. It's in Minneapolis, 5301 York Avenue South. So the reason why the church is objecting to this, this is the packet of information that I'm sure you all received that kind of outlays how the assessments are being assessed, who's being benefited and whatnot. Generally, the way that this happens is the properties that abut the the improved area are assessed, the assessment, which makes sense. In this case, however, the property, first of all, does not actually abut the parkway. There's a strip of property that actually is owned by the park board that stands between the property and the church's property. But in order to access the church's property, and most of these other properties, in fact, you actually need to go up a bluff and then over the bluff and then actually access the property, which means that they are not accessing this road in any way, and so they're not really receiving a benefit. In fact, in order to actually get to these properties, you would need to go up, either go down to 36th Street or go up to, I think, 32nd Street is, I think, the first road, where you can actually access these roads. And so these properties aren't being benefited any more by these improvements than any other properties in the uptown area. So to assess just these properties, really it doesn't fall logically from the way that this is being assessed. But on top of that, I mean, if you take the position that these properties are being benefited because they're abutting them and they could potentially get access to these properties, well then I would say that the way that these properties are being assessed is arbitrary, because the properties that are being assessed are all along this line. Well, none of these properties that access the road just in the same manner, I'm sorry if you can't see this, none of these properties are being assessed. They're receiving the same benefit by this assessment because they have to access the same, their properties in the same manner that all of the rest of the assessed properties are. So the church's position is first that they shouldn't be assessed anything because they don't really receive any benefit. Most of the parishioners don't even access the property via the parkway. And so there really is no benefit. The property value is not increased by this assessment. And so it really doesn't make any sense to assess these properties. But if you do find that there is a benefit, then the assessed property should be expanded and include a lot more properties than just the ones that are currently being assessed.
Thank you, Mr. Huntley. Is there anyone else here to speak about the East Bedeh-McCoska Parkway paving assessments? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I am closing the public hearing. We'll be dealing with the item momentarily. I just have to find my place in the agenda, so you'll want to stay around for a few minutes. Moving back to the agenda, we'll move to unfinished business. I would entertain a motion for resolution 2019-383, a resolution assessing certain properties to defray the cost of removing diseased trees from private properties during 2018 and 2019.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on 2019-383? Seeing none, all those in favor of resolution 2019-383, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, 2019-383 carries. I would entertain a resolution for 2019-384, assessing certain properties to defray the cost of East Bedeh-McCoska Parkway paving improvements adjacent to private property. Is there a resolution?
So moved.
So moved.
And moved, is there a
Second.
second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Forney.
Yes, if I am correct, the property that the gentleman is speaking to is 3450 Irving. And if I'm correct, there is at least a dozen other properties that are not actually on Bedeh-McCoska Parkway that are also being assessed. So as far as the logic, I'm failing to be in agreement with that. That is the nature of assessments, and I know other properties that are also being assessed that do not have direct access to the parkway. So I would vote to support the present assessments.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Is there any further discussion on 2019-384? Commissioner Cogill.
Just have a question. I think that would be for council's direct access a requirement for assessment.
Council Rice.
Mr. President, Commissioner Cogill. No. Under the statute 429.051, it specifically says the property does not have to abut the road if it's a road improvement. It's The test is whether there has been any, essentially, as Mr. Huntley said, whether there has been, they have to show benefit, and that's primarily shown not by an access issue, it's whether there's an increase to the value of property. I believe, as Commissioner Forney mentioned, and Ms. Wiseman mentioned, that we use the city assessor's method to determine a value increase. We've relied on it for a long period of time. They make an assessment every year about what they determine a road improvement does to adjacent property, and it falls within the zone of influence or the zone of benefit. It's basically a line drawing exercise. Property that's close to a road derives some benefit, and that benefit is determined in terms of some increase in property value.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cogill. Is there any further discussion, questions, or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution 2019-385, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, 2019-385 carries. Moving on to discussion items. We have a public comment period on the superintendent's budget that is not time certain. Is there anyone that is here this evening that is interested in speaking to the superintendent's recommended budget? I have a couple of shows of hands. Secretary Ringgold, have you kept a sign-up list for public comment as well? Okay, so we'll consult the list. If there's anybody that is here to speak whose name is not on that list, you'll also have the opportunity. In the meantime, I'm wondering if Director Wiseman could come up just very briefly and remind folks in the audience of the reminder of our budget calendar.
President Bourne, commissioners, and people in the audience. Our budget calendars, we have a budget discussion tonight, and then at the board meeting on December 4th, the Administration and Finance Committee will consider adoption of the 2020 annual budget. And then on December 11th at City Hall is when the full board formally adopts the 2020 annual budget and the 2020 property tax levy.
I have a question for staff. I have two folks that are signed up for the public comment period. The superintendent has also made a public presentation on the budget. Commissioners will be discussing the budget tonight. Do you have anything else to add before we go into public comment period? It's my understanding that there haven't been proposed changes yet, but a menu of options that have been provided for commissioners to discuss. So would you like to go over those first, or would you like to?
President Bourne, we would, in respect for the public's time, if they would like to speak first, and then they're able to stay and listen to the conversation. We will also have a public comment opportunity again on December 4th. If they hear something during your conversations this evening that they would like to address, they can come back to the board on December 4th as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Director Wiseman. We'll take public comment now on the budget. My first speaker that I have is Peggy Booth. Peggy, if you could come forward, state your name, and if you're comfortable, your address for the public record. You have up to 3 minutes to address the board on the proposed 2020 budget, and welcome.
Thank you very much, President Bourne and commissioners. I'm Peggy Booth. I live at 1089 25th Avenue Southeast in Minneapolis, and I'm also the chair of the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission. I'd like to thank the board for its ongoing support for Park Board forestry programs and staff. I think it really makes a difference. And I will be brief, but I just want to remind us all that Minneapolis is made livable by its trees. We create parks, and people want to be in parks and be in our neighborhoods because of the trees that are there. It makes it more fun to be outside, particularly for children that want to play. And it also makes it healthier to play and recreate in our parks because of the benefits that trees provide in filtering the air, in blocking unwanted sun, and in cooling the temperature, all of which is important for recreation. So these are essential human health and well-being contributions that parks made, and that trees make to our parks and our neighborhoods, and we don't think that they should be shortchanged. So I'm here tonight because I understand that there's a possibility that there may be a cut to forestry's funding, and in particular, I want to ask that there not be cuts to funding forestry and not cuts for the 3 coordinator positions. These are 3 distinct positions, and they, one, assure the diversity of trees that are planted right and grow to provide those benefits that I talked about in every neighborhood and park. Secondly, that we keep the big trees benefiting us and we avoid them being damaged unnecessarily and becoming a safety hazard. And third, that we get more volunteers out caring for the trees and involve youth in opportunities in forestry-related careers. So if the funding is cut for these 3 positions, it will cut those very benefits that I've mentioned, and those benefits will also be cut. So with that, I thank you for your ongoing support, and we'll be here to listen to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Booth. I also have Peter McDonough signed up to speak at the recommended budget. Mr. McDonough, if you would state your name, and again, if you're comfortable, your address for the record, you have up to 3 minutes to address the board on the recommended budget, and welcome.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Peter McDonough, University of Minnesota delegate in the Minneapolis Tree Advisory Commission. And as a follow-up to Peggy Booth, I'd like to thank the Commissioners also for the support for forestry, especially Commissioner Music, who has given an overview of the importance of these 3 forestry coordinator positions: sustainable forestry coordinator, the tree preservation coordinator, and the forestry outreach coordinator. They will help us take. We are currently on a dive like this in terms of our urban tree canopy cover. In 1950, we had about 60% urban tree canopy cover. Now we're a little over 30%, so we're half of that, and that's based on the Dutch elm disease crisis and the emerald ash borer crisis. There's about another 170,000 ash trees that will probably get the emerald ash borer. I ask that those positions not be cut to expand computer labs and parks and youth programs. I believe that that's a school or a library board function. And I think I also would like to talk that, so we're a little under 30%. By the time we lose the ash trees, we're probably going to be somewhere around 24%, 23% urban tree canopy. That's the equivalent of an old eastern industrial city where they have much higher densities of buildings, houses, etc., and they have a smaller footprint as a city. This is a very low-density city. This city, based on the American Forest recommendations, should have a minimum of 40% urban tree canopy cover. The only way we're going to come out of that dive is if we have those 3 coordinator positions filled. And then also I would make a plea that the Assistant Superintendent of Environmental Stewardship, who was part of the Million Tree program in New York City, successful, 1 million trees planted in 8 years, that he be cut loose to make a 40% urban tree canopy by 2040 possible for the city. The Minnesota Department of Public Health suggests that there's somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 residents of Minneapolis that are heat stroke vulnerable and will lead. And what is going to happen if we don't have large trees to shade those buildings, because we're hovering down into the 20% for urban tree canopy cover because of Dutch elm disease and emerald ash borer. We are still in that crisis. That's an ongoing crisis. And with climate change, urban forestry in Minneapolis is no longer just an ecological or aesthetic or property value or crime reduction or educational value to Minneapolis. It is all of these, but it will be a health and safety value also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonough. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the superintendent's recommended 2020 budget? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I am closing the public comment period. And we're moving into the discussion item on the superintendent's recommended budget. Before I go to commissioner comments and questions, I'm going to go to Superintendent Bangora. Staff had submitted numerous questions at our last working session. Staff have been working hard to provide responses to the board on those. So I'm going to hand that over to Superintendent Bangora.
All right, thank you, President Bourne, Commissioners. So, Commissioners, on October 16, 2019, I presented to you the Superintendent's recommended 2020 budget. The budget I presented is structurally balanced and provides an increased investment towards achieving the 2018-2022 strategic direction performance goals. As the board now prepares for the adoption of the 2020 budget and considers potential amendments, I take this time to just remind the board of a couple of things. The general fund operating budget must be balanced, and available fund balance is to be used in accordance with the reserve policies. The second point is the enterprise and internal service funds can have an imbalance from year to year, but should not create a negative fund balance. So staff have created, as I just handed out to you, created a tool to assist you for your consideration for the amendments and the impacts that may have on the individual funds. So what I'll do at this time is I will turn this over to Ms. Weissman, our Finance Director, to walk you through the documents that you have in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Director Wiseman.
President Bourne and Commissioners, the first set of documents that were placed on your dais before the meeting started are the commissioner questions and answers with attachments. One thing I will point out, I did send this to you electronically last night. It's also posted on Minute Track and on our public website. But today we made a couple of corrections. So on attachment 1, the debt service schedule, there was one transaction that was missing, so that one has been added to the attachment 1. And then for question 73, which is the Urban Scholar evaluation, we received the evaluation from the city today, so that is included in this packet as well. The next document that you have, I again provided to the commissioners via email, and I provided it in an Excel document form as well as a PDF form in case your technology was not able to open the Excel document. And what this is it's a compilation of the information that we gathered during the board discussion and comment times on November 4th, and again during the committee of the whole meeting on November 13th. And staff have now put dollar amounts associated with each of those ideas and items that the commissioners were talking about. So if you allow me, I will walk you through the items that are on here. The first, so this document contains additions and reductions to the superintendent's recommended budget that you talked about in those meetings. It's organized by the general fund first.
Director Wiseman, I'm going to pause for a brief moment because I know it's a pretty lengthy list. We have a guest from City Hall this evening that is here to address the board on another topic, and out of respect for Councilmember Cam Gordon's time and a request by our IGR Chair, Commissioner Meyer, we'd like to hear Councilmember Cam Gordon's comments. Welcome, Council Member Gordon. It's my understanding you're here to speak on a ordinance proposal at City Hall and a potential statement of support from the Minneapolis Park Board.
That's correct, and it wasn't my intention to disrupt your meeting at all or your business, so I apologize for that and appreciate the consideration. I came regarding a matter that I believe is on your intergovernmental relations subcommittee report that I think you'll be taking up later in the evening. And I just came to say that I support that resolution. The city of Minneapolis has a zero waste plan that we're working on, and I've been spearheading efforts to deal with waste in many different ways. And right now, we're between the committee meeting that unanimously supported an ordinance to better regulate our single-use carry-out bags by requiring retail stores to distribute them in the checkout lines to charge a 5-cent fee that the stores can keep. The committee endorsed that wholeheartedly, and it's coming to the council on Friday. And, I learned about this resolution, and at the request of Commissioner Meyer, I said I'd be happy to come in and say that we welcome this. I'll tell you that not always would the city council, or not always will I come and say, I welcome you to please intervene in the business of our committees and what we're doing. But in this case, I think that it's great. And I will say that I often hear about litter in the parks and litter in the city. I think I have a regular person who sends me the results of their cleanup around Lake Hiawatha and reports on all the loose bags that they find and all of that. So I think it has a great impact on our waterways and parks in terms just of the litter, but also, as you probably know, the science on the damage that plastic in particular is doing to the environment is significant. And if we do get the plastic into our waste stream, we take it downtown and we burn it. And if you've ever been in a room with burning plastic, you know that burning plastic is not something you want to inhale the fumes of. And I think they try really hard at the garbage burner to make sure there's not much released. Anybody can tell you that it's not a good idea to burn that, and we want to get that out of our waste stream. It doesn't work in our recycling facilities either. They have to shut them down several times a day to pull all the plastic out of the machinery just so they can keep going. That's probably enough disruption for your meeting from me right now, but I'm happy to also take any questions if anybody has any about this.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon. It's never an interruption. You're always welcome. You're always welcome here. Do commissioners have any very brief questions for the council member? Otherwise, I'd like to continue with the orders of the day. Commissioner Meyer?
I do not have a question. I was going to propose to recess and move to the IGR committee so that he would be available to answer questions if they came up during the committee. Is that a no?
Because we have other members of the public that are here to watch the budget, discussion. We've heard Councilmember Gordon's comments. I want to be respectful to the other folks that came out as well too. So, but if any commissioners want to step aside, we're going to have a long conversation. If any commissioners want to ask Councilmember Gordon any questions individually, I'm sure he'll make himself available while we're going through this presentation. So, thank you, Council. Thank you so much for coming out, and it's never an interruption. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I apologize to everybody else.
No apology necessary. Welcome, Director Wiseman. Can you please continue? Thank you.
All right, President Bourne and Commissioners. Again, I'm going to walk you through this Excel document. I provided this to you in an Excel format so that you could, in the column that is titled Amendments, you could start making some conversation around what amendments you might be proposing for the resolution that will go before the Admin and Finance Committee on December 4th, and it's in Excel, so it will do the math. I also have my computer here, so as I'm listening to your conversations, I can plug things in as well. And as the superintendent has stated, the general fund needs to be balanced. So once this conversation is complete and we have a finalized list, we just need to make sure that the general fund is balanced. So going item by item, I also numbered them so it'll be easier for commissioners to reference things and ask questions about things. Again, the first part is the general fund, and the first 10 items are revenue. The first 3 items or the first 4 items are items that the commissioners suggested removing those revenue increases because they felt they were youth programming fees, so those are listed there. And then there was a conversation about any fee in our fee schedule that's not youth programs, that the commissioners would like to see a 5% increase to those fees. So we have the categories of those fees: adult recreation fees, the parkway and use fees, construction and heavy equipment fees, construction permit fees. The dog park fees is listed here as a 5% increase. You'll see that there's a 0% impact for that. That's because staff wouldn't support a 5% increase in dog park fees because we feel that capital investments haven't occurred there. But this is up to the commissioners. If the commissioners decide to increase the fees, we feel that there is a potential loss in usership, and so that we're not recommending any additional dollars be added to the budget for that particular increase. And then the reintroduction of the admin ticket and dog park increase, staff is not recommending that one. They feel that it's cost prohibitive and they're concerned that it lacks due process. Then we get into the general fund expense side. These are in order by the strategic direction performance goal. So you'll see the denial of the degree standard for keeping the beaches open. Commissioner Hassan requested an additional $100,000 go to the Walt Dietzig Innovation Fund. Then we have the next items are the priority 2 items that were discussed and included in our conversation about setting the maximum property tax levy. So these are listed here as the delta between what we originally had hoped to get through property tax revenue, and then when we didn't get the property tax revenue, the superintendent placed dollars within his recommended budget. This is the delta of that that didn't get funded. So for the first one, we funded 2, or the superintendent recommended 2 ideation spaces. This is adding 2 more to get us to the 4 that we originally were requesting. The full service wraparound school, the free Rec Plus at Harrison Park. Staff would recommend that be, if that goes through as an amendment, that the location not be identified at this point, and allow staff time to research and come back to the board to recommend a site for that location. And then the commissioners talked about denying the items within the superintendent's recommended budget that were not associated with the original priorities 2 and 3. So that is denying the free after-school program at the 4 sites. The next one is the priority 2 for the youth component, youth employment component, and again, that's the delta between the 60 youth that the superintendent placed into his budget and the 170 that we originally were trying to increase by. On page 2, we have denying the enhanced cadet program that was not in the original priority 2 or 3. We have funding for the elimination of the financial and performance analyst position. We have a reduction in the archivist hours. It's currently budgeted at a half-time position. This would reduce it to a quarter-time position. We have the denial of the conversion of the 2 part-time park patrol agents to full-time, the increase in the part-time park patrol agents, the part-time park patrol agents, review and possibly reduce lieutenant positions in the police department, eliminate 1 park police officer, increase enforcement in dog parks, This would be adding a full-time park patrol agent and collecting fines for people who don't have dog park permits. And then the second one is the concept of using the ambassador program, which is being designed to be expanded through volunteering, and using the ambassador program for considering education over fines. 27 is the development coordinator position. 28 is eliminating the intergovernmental relations administrator position. 29 is funding the proposed elimination of the 2 planning positions. 30 is denying the addition of the management analyst and the reduction to the utility expenses.
Director Wiseman,
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again on a riveting list.
We're on time certain again.
We have a time certain item at 6:30 in the planning committee. I am going to recess the regular meeting of the board to go to planning.
I'd like to convene the planning committee with the secretary. Please call the roll. Oh, well, if somebody, we'll wait on the secretary, who's probably fetching whether or not we have any speakers.
No speakers.
We have no speakers, but we're just calling the roll.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Just getting her steps in.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Commissioner Vita.
Present.
Vice Chair Cogill.
Present.
Chair Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I will take a resolution to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We do not have any minutes to approve, so I am going to open up the public hearing for the Bassett Creek Park well, first of all, a presentation of the Bassett Creek Park Improvements Project for the hearing by Tyler Pedersen. Welcome, Tyler.
Chair Forney, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak here. Try and get this back to the monitor up there. Excellent. We're going to be doing the public hearing shortly here, but I figured we should go through and kind of present the concept that we have for the playground and park improvements over at Bassett's Creek Park. The resolution before you considers the acceptance of a non-appointed community advisory committee recommendations and approval of the concept plan for the park improvements at Bassett's Creek Park. As some of you may have remembered from a year or so ago, maybe a little bit longer, the previous park project at Bassett's Creek Park happened on the south side of the creek with that playground in the Bryn Mawr neighborhood. This project is in the Harrison neighborhood on the north side of the creek. The existing park here, it consists of ball fields, and this is, I'm kind of all speaking on the north side, the Harrison side of the park. It consists of ball fields towards the west, the loose line trail that goes through the park along the creek as a regional bike and pedestrian trail. There's a lacrosse field, a few small picnic table spaces, and then an older play area built about the same time as the southern side of the park's play area, around 1990. I'll get into that condition momentarily. This is kind of just a zoom in of the play area space. There's really just a few picnic spots with the play area on one side of the Loose Line Regional Trail, and then Bassett's Creek on the other. Here's a couple photos of the area. As you can see, the play area equipment is is aging. Some of it is beyond repair. Well, actually, all of it really is. That's kind of what we're doing the project. But the picnic areas, they're not accessible to our current standards. So we really need to kind of step up and work on those and make sure that they're accessible for everyone. The lacrosse field is just basically an open field that lacrosse is played on. There's kind of a nice kind of grove of trees near the Penn Avenue Bridge that we're trying to capitalize on with some picnicking. And then the lower right-hand photo there is of the vegetation along the creek. Notice that you can't see the creek. We'd like to actually emphasize the creek rather than block it. So the project timeline, we're really kind of in the meat of it now. We've finished up the community engagement, and now we're here to actually proceed with the concept and create construction documents and have it constructed in spring, summer, I should say 2020, not 2019. So this is all kind of underpinned by the North Service Area Master Plan that recently happened. These are all everything that we're looking at with this current concept is supported by the North Service Area Master Plan. And the first survey and the first open house was focused on developing priorities of which elements we could actually build or construct with this project. From the North Service Area Master Plan. And the priorities here we have in order. I won't go through them all, but kind of the highlights are just access to the creek, improvements to the play equipment, and the picnic shelter areas. The second survey that we did, along with a second open house, was actually figure out what people want the park to look like. And the surveys that we received, everything was very agreeable, actually. One person didn't think that we needed a dog park, but it is in the North Service Area Master Plan. The project overview. So we've got kind of the elements that in the park that we're trying to construct with the funding that we have are improvements to the play container and equipment by the play area on Morgan Avenue or near Morgan Avenue. Picnic areas and a shelter, picnic shelter, ADA accessibility to the play area and the picnic shelters, improved access from the neighborhoods, so looking at replacing some of the broken sidewalks, things like that. Native plantings and cleanup near the creek edge, minor improvements to the lacrosse field, kind of just level out some of the dips in it. And then the dog run is kind of one of those possibilities if funding allows. So here's the preferred concept graphic. You've got Penn Avenue Bridge is kind of on the left-hand half of the image here, going north and south. Most of the improvements are near the playground on Morgan Avenue, and that would include a playground area as well as a picnic shelter that kind of is perched a little bit above Bassett's Creek, and then opening up views to Bassett's Creek and really capitalizing on that asset. There's also a pedestrian trail access from Penn Avenue down to the Loose Line Trail, which is a highly desired connection point. And then the dog run is kind of on the dead end of Queen Avenue, between Queen Avenue and Penn Avenue there. Little zoom in of the preferred concept plan area. It's a pretty cool little design. It really capitalizes on the creek theme with kind of a ADA accessible surface that kind of goes through the creek, or excuse me, through the playground, linking up the different age group play areas. We have a hill slide. We're kind of capitalizing on the hill that comes down and being able to actually use that as a slide. And then the picnic pavilion kind of perched up above the creek, and then a couple other picnic spaces kind of thrown in there as well. A part of this is also responding to the community's desire to kind of decrease typical lawn space and really increase bee lawns and increase native plantings. Just some images of the types of things folks wanted to see, kind of more natural elements, bouldering, kind of rock climbing type stuff, group swings, a little more native or natural playground materials, hammocking, and some kind of nature sculpture type things. The funding for the project, we've got $525,000 dedicated for it. The construction of it, there's $460,000 available for construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. There is not anybody signed up for the public hearing regarding the Bassett's Creek Park improvements. Is there anybody in the audience that did want to speak to it and did not have an opportunity to sign up? Is there anybody here? Going once, going twice? Okay, we can recess, or we can at least ask of committee what they would prefer to do. Should we recess? President Bourne?
I would maybe suggest recessing and convening the IGR committee for a few minutes, because we've got 10 minutes before another time certain.
Okay, we'll be recessing then the planning committee.
Time being 6:42, I call to order the Legislative and Intergovernmental Committee. Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner French. Absent. Vice Chair Vita. Present. Chair Meyer.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. That passes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, October 2nd?
So moved.
Is there a second? Or all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Is there a motion for Resolution 2019-386?
I'd like to move Resolution 2019-386, a resolution urging the Minneapolis City Council to pass the proposed Bring Your Own Bag ordinance in order to reduce the amount of pollution in our air, parks, and waterways.
Thank you. So I will try to be speedy with this. This is a resolution that I authored, so there's no staff to support it. So that's one of the reasons why I asked Councilmember Gordon to come to be able to speak to any questions that might arise. So thank you for coming and for sticking around. So he already gave some context about this. I want to explain why I felt that this was appropriate for us to consider. The City Council is considering this 5-cent fee, which when it has been implemented in other cities, has substantially reduced the consumption of bags by between 50% and 70%. And more pertinent to us, it also substantially reduces the litter that gets into the parks and waterway systems. So in Washington, D.C., when they implemented a similar Bring Your Own Bag ordinance, they saw a 72% reduction in their bag litter. San Jose saw an 89% reduction in their stormwater systems. For the plastic bags in particular, that's a particularly pernicious type of litter because it floats, so it travels far away. It's really hard to control, and it disintegrates into tiny little pieces that are really difficult to get out of the soil and water once they contaminate them. So that's an issue for the park board, and I felt that it was appropriate for us to contribute that information to the council's discussion. I know that some people believe that it's not our job to tell the council what to do, but really the Intergovernmental Committee doesn't do anything else. That's our entire purpose.
Speak for yourself.
Now, obviously we don't get to decide what the council does, but we can give our input, and I feel that this is an appropriate place for us to do that, so that in places like Lake Hiawatha, Sean Conedy won't have to be cleaning up as many plastic bags. So with that introduction, are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Colgill.
Thank you, Chair Meyer. I am not on this committee. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I just want to say that I'm so excited to see that this is being brought forward, and I thank you for spending the extra time in doing this and bringing this forward. I think that we should be vocal about these kinds of environmental impacts, and I very much thank the council and Councilmember Gordon for leading the way and bringing this back to the forefront again, and we got to keep fighting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Colgill. Seeing no other lights on, we will now move to a vote. All those in favor of this resolution 386, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That carries. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.
Thank you. We will go back to Director Wiseman to continue on the list until our next time certain.
President Bourne and Commissioners, we left off on item number 30, which again is the management analyst and reduction in utility expenses. 31 and 32 are the consideration of the elimination of the 2 vacant forestry outreach or forestry coordinator positions. 33 is converting seasonal gardeners to a full-time seasonal gardener, and the amount that's shown here is the amount for doing one. If you wanted to do multiples, you would need to do the multiplication on that one. Item 34 is denying the water resource lead and in the complementary increase in stormwater services revenue. For this item, it is actually a net neutral to the budget. We were going, the superintendent is recommending the addition of the new position, and the stormwater agreement would be increased in order to provide additional services to the city of Minneapolis. So it would be a net neutral decision. Number 35 is funding for the commissioner training with the Justice Leadership Solutions, and item 36 is adding the resources to the police department for mental health, additional mental health training. So with all these items in the general fund, with the additions and the reductions, you have if every single thing was approved, you would be out of balance by $723,000. So that's why we talked about that at the end of this. When you make your amendments, we need to have a balanced general fund budget. The next 3 items are what we consider one-time requests. The first one is the recreation study, and then the pedestrian only on Main Street study. And then there's a study that for development study that is being offered into consideration rather than adding a development person, that we would do a study in 2020 to determine what is the best place or best functionality for that. So that's the general fund. The one-time items, you also received, oh, and I left it. You also received a second sheet of paper. Those are the one-time items that the superintendent has recommended in his recommended budget. It totals $311,500. So when you get to these 3 items for consideration, if you want to fund one of these, staff recommends that you reduce the funding in one of the items that the superintendent recommended. We don't feel that the general fund can handle more, the general fund excess fund balance can handle more, so you would need to replace something to add something. The next section we get into is the enterprise fund and the revenue changes that were discussed around the enterprise fund. Better concessions at the golf courses was discussed. Staff has provided information that the board has approved 3-year concession agreements with the vendors at Columbia, Grossworth, and Hiawatha, so no changes could be made at this time at those locations. An increase in golf fees. There was a lot of discussion and a lot of commissioner questions around golf fees, so I placed this on here with a TBD. So as you consider that, we can provide a dollar amount based on what direction the commissioners provide on that one. There's a response to parking meters, and then we have an increase in parking fees for 5%, and there's a dollar amount calculated. Staff is not recommending a change to the actual fee scale for parking meters. If you look in the budget book, the per hour rates range from $1 per hour to $9 an hour. So they wouldn't recommend a change in the schedule. They would implement changes in how they apply those rates. They'd have more $1.50 lots than a $1 lot in order to generate the 5% additional revenue that the commissioners would be requesting. Increase in event fees by 5%. And increase in fees for police at events. There is a response here as well as in the commissioner questions and questions document around staff's response to that request. Then on page 4, we get into the enterprise expense changes, and these are around the free parking lots that we have in our system. And there's information provided here, and this is something for the board to consider and discuss. Potentially it's a philosophical change. Particularly with Beards Plaisance and the Lake Nokomis North lot. Those used to be paid parking lots, but the usage was so low that it didn't generate enough revenue to maintain the metered sites at those locations. And so if you place those in the budget, it would be a philosophical change in you want to have paid parking whether it makes money or doesn't make money. And then in the internal services funds, the denying of the police SUV purchase, there's some information here regarding why police is recommending that it be an SUV. If the commissioners deny it, I'm saying that that's a 0 impact because the equipment operations would look at our replacement schedule and potentially replace something else within another department, just not do the SUV. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Director Wiseman. I was hoping that would take 6 more minutes. We can open up the discussion, the commissioner discussion on the 2020 recommended budget. I think I would take a first comment before we recess again and go into planning. Is there anybody that would like to start out the discussion? Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Bourne. When we talk about adding in parking lots that currently are free and making them pay lots, have we taken into consideration the other uses that those lots are being put to at this time and what impact that will have on our operational costs? For example, the north parking lot at Nokomis currently is half full of wood chips that are being utilized by our maintenance staff throughout the entire south service area at this time. And I'd be interested in understanding where we move that operation to if we're suddenly trying to monetize that parking lot and the other impacts that it would have in terms of operational efficiencies.
Welcome, Ms. Olson.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. President Bourne, Commissioner Musich. When staff looked specifically at those two lots, those were the two that we had that were pay lots prior, and looked at the possibility of turning them into pay lots again at North Nokomis and at Beards Plaisance. We did an inventory of the spaces that are there, and we looked at data we had from previous use, and we were able to determine that even with the maximum spaces available, we were not able to determine that we would make any revenue on those lots. I understand that the lot in question, North Nokomis, does house a wood chip site for residents to gather wood chips for their own uses. We have wood chip sites like that at other locations across the city, not just in lots that could be pay lots, but also in neighborhood recreation center lots. In the event that the board were to adopt this location and change its use, we would work collaboratively with our forestry department to determine an alternative site for those wood chips. However, at this time, staff was not recommending that that lot be changed into a pay lot due to its inability to generate revenue and would actually end up costing the enterprise fund more money. So we did not go down that road as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Musich, would you like to continue?
I forgot what my other question was, and I don't recall which
I'm sure
paper I
it'll
wrote it on.
come back to
me.
us. I'm going to recess the regular meeting of the board, and time being 6:57, and go back to planning.
I'd like to reconvene the planning committee, and we'll have a presentation by Andy. I'm eager. Welcome. Welcome to the park board.
Chair Forney, Commissioners, as Andy gets the presentation of, Andy has not presented before the board before tonight, so I just want to introduce you to Andy Schilling. Andy and his family live in South Minneapolis. Andy started his work with us this past summer as a graduate of U of M, trained as a landscape architect. He came to us from Washington County Watershed District, where he implemented a number of water quality, stormwater projects. So we're thankful to have that expertise here in the department. Currently, Andrew, of course, is working on Victory Park splash pad improvements, but he also has Elliott Park lighting improvements, Elliott Park skate park, Columbia Golf Course and Park stormwater project that we're doing in conjunction with NWMO and the city. And then he is working on the final implementation of the 26th Avenue Outlook project here along the river. So we're thankful to have Andy, and this is only our fourth time certain, so I'm sure he'll go fast.
That's right. Thanks, Chair Forney and Commissioners. As Cliff described, my background most recently has been in stormwater or water management. I feel like I've done everything in water-related activities. Splash pads, however, did not come up. But I'm excited. It's been a really good process to work with staff and our consultants, as well as the neighborhood of Victory, in order to develop this project. So the Victory neighborhood and the Victory Park splash pad area concept design is located in Victory Park, which is located just on the south side of Victory Memorial Drive, between Sheridan and Upton Avenue North. Really what we're focusing on tonight is the splash pad design, and this is the existing conditions where there was a wading pool kind of in the center of the site at the park. You have Loring Elementary School on the right-hand side, and this park is actually leased from the Minneapolis Public Schools and has a very strong connection to the school itself. It's highly used by elementary students during recess and other activities. The master plan for this area, the Victory Park is part of the North Service Area Master Plan that was adopted in February of 2019. And the elements specific to this new splash pad design. The master plan calls out that the new master plan would increase the usability primarily for children and especially for the school. And also specific to the splash pad, it's a replacement of the wading pool that can remain operational during the school year and double as an outdoor classroom or community gathering space year-round. The splash pad area was again identified in the master plan. However, it wasn't a full consensus necessarily that it should be a splash pad going in there. So at the very start of this project and kickoff, in June and July, before my time here at the Park Board, part of it was also addressing, just kind of reiterating why a splash pad design is the best fit for this particular park. So we had a kind of an exercise that happened, but looking at the benefits, pros, cons between splash pad and wading pool. Here's some of the boards that were produced for that. Really what it came down to, that we reiterated to the neighborhood, was that the splash pad design doesn't require a fence, so it kind of allows for flow through that small park to be maintained. Doesn't have an area that's fenced off. Has really could provide year-round interest, the splash pad type, where the wading pool is closed down once school starts and before school ends. And then finally, the splash pad piece, really could be turned on after school hours on those hot summers or hot September evenings or afternoons, and could potentially be opened up earlier, something that a wading pool cannot be that flexible to provide. Another piece of early engagement in the process, again in June and July, was with the Victory neighborhood during their ice cream social. Had boards up where people could vote for kind of splash pad theme selections. One that you can see there's the kind of the democracy voting happening here on this board. The natural elements was one that had the most votes and also had the most opportunity to provide that year-round benefits and gathering spaces just by how you would sequence a kind of a natural elements design with stones, stone features, walls, those sorts of elements in place. Another early engagement process was just looking at just general flow through the site, circulation, and how that would fit with other elements that go on at the school. They have a big bicycling program, creating better kind of curves and orientation with some of the circulation that inevitably has to happen, and changes made as part of the splash pad installation. So we had a pretty basic project scope coming out of the master plan. You're really replacing that 70s era wading pool with a multi-use splash pad that can double as an outdoor classroom or gathering space. But those initial outreach events kind of really increase to refine the program scope to allow different types of play, how the circulation would happen, multi-general interest in folks that come to this splash pad and enjoy it, making it kind of an interactive space, creating spaces that could also be outdoor classrooms, programming for accessibility, and also working with some of the timing of the public school. I'll get into that a bit on their building expansion, matching some elements that were destroyed, including a fence, or adding a fence back into the basketball courts nearby. So we went back to in the August and September, we developed 2 concept plans that had more of a refined program. Each of them had splash pad areas that are approximately 3,000 square feet. The splash pad design on the left is more of the formal splash pad design, for lack of a better term. This splash pad design kind of had an outwardly focused look, and it had a very strong, even though it had stones and other natural elements in it, it had a very geometric shape, and was actually kind of a raised in the center, so that it had a more of an outward focusing experience when you were experiencing the splash pad. On the right is the informal splash pad design. Again, similar size. Had more of an inward focusing look, more curvilinear shape, and kind of emphasize compartmentalized spaces within the pad for different age groups. Here's a zoom in of those same two concepts that were considered. The one on the left, the former one, had as kind of a sculptural element called out for it. These are just example images of some of the features. That was kind of our best way to kind of convey the discussion we had. These kind of splash pads aren't necessarily just a plug-and-play type splash feature that we were going with. We were really looking for more of a customized look. So we just used imagery to help reach out to the community. So we took those two splash pad designs, and in October and November we had a few different community engagement events. We went to Victory neighborhood meeting and also attached an open house to that meeting where we had about 15 engagements on looking at those two concepts, providing comments, and selecting preference. We also went to the Loring Elementary School during parent-teachers conferences and had a captive audience there to, on the way in and way out, meeting with staff, and but mainly parents and students, whether they're students that were there for the conference itself or their little brothers or sisters or that were coming along in tow, and they had a chance to provide feedback, really valuable feedback for the process, and again, vote with using the red stickers. Then finally, we had an online survey going on in October and November. We received 55 engagements, so the neighborhood really got around it and provided a lot of feedback on it. So we had 106 total votes and 120 total engagements, and probably more that I didn't catch in the Loring Elementary School flurry. So in the end, the one that was selected by the community was the more informal design concept by a rate of about 90% in favor of that concept. Some of the responses or comments we received was that they really liked the informal design. There was more variety, better age separation. Some of the feedback also, there's a waterfall element that you can see in the upper right corner. For the big kids, kind of this emanating water coming out of a stone background, that maybe something needs to be variable with that waterfall to make it more interesting. Another one was kind of part of our goal. I feel that one would be this example would be most attractive year-round, and may even get used during the winter as a snowball fight spot, fort area, etc. So that's really that multi-use component that we're looking at. Shade was another one and seating was another concern that they had. That we took those comments, we took the preferred concept, and we tweaked that concept slightly based on the comments to address some of the other kind of commonalities that came out of the engagement process. So overall on this site, again, you can see Loring Elementary School on the right. I didn't really get into it, but they did some construction on their building this past year, and they tore out the existing mechanical room for the wading pool, and that's really kind of what precipitated this process to happen at this time. And then there's also, but they put that mechanical room back in for us to use for the future splash pad, and restrooms as well that can be accessed through the park, or from the park from the outside. So you can see that we have perimeter fencing around the basketball court that we'd like to install if budget allows, more curvilinear pathways, kind of a nature-themed and formal layout for the splash pad, a little more seating options than what the original concept had for diversity, so picnic table or round table seating options, and then also shade was one of the questions that was a common thread throughout the responses. So we added shade structures, not just tree plantings, to provide some more respite in this area during the summer months. And then finally, there's a kind of a transition zone between the splash pad and the taller school. You can kind of see it more in the section on the bottom. We use that transition area of trees and other naturalized plantings to create that kind of scale between the building and the splash pad so it doesn't feel like you're out in the open and overexposed. That particular transition area can also be it's a mounted, slightly mounted for gathering spaces, a performance zone for the school, and gets to that multi-use piece that we're not trying to jam all the multi-use parts into the splash pad, but we're using some of this redesign and transition areas to be that gathering space. There's a little more zoom in, again, looking at some of the features. We did add in a call out for a featured water component, a large nozzle or timed large volume blast that comes on in the big kids zone area to create some more intrigue, and different pooling and stone areas, as well as like a serpentine seat wall on the right-hand side that got a lot of interest from the community for keeping your feet wet and staying cool all summer. This is funded. This project is funded through the MPP 20 plan. Our budget is $750,000. The public schools, again, they provided through their construction on the building this summer. Bathrooms, accessible restrooms, and a new mechanical room. The actual full scope of the master plan, just for reference, is 3.78.
They grandmamas.
In terms of schedule, we're looking at the concept hearing here today on the 20th, and final design happening in December and January if the resolution passes. Bidding in February and March, construction contract award in March or April, and construction beginning in early spring, or in the spring or summer of 2020. This is really the only photo I have of the site since the wading pool was demolished this summer. Not too inspiring at the moment, but this is insert splash pad here. I should put on that picture.
Thank you, Andy. The public hearing, I understand there is nobody signed up, so I will just inquire if there is anybody here that did intend on speaking. Going once, going twice. Thank you. I will now close the public hearing, and if it's okay, I would like to finish up our committee meeting and go back to the resolution. If somebody would read the resolution about...
I'll move Resolution 2019-387, a resolution accepting the non-appointed Citizen Advisory Committee recommendations and approving a concept plan for park improvements at Baskets Creek Park.
And I believe that there are questions. Oh, I can't barely see yours. Yes, Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Forney. I had a list. I just want to make sure. This is a really unique space that I enjoy walking and being with family and friends in. One of the most unique things, in my opinion, is the natural water springs that line this area. Are any of the natural water springs going to be affected by any of the improvements or developments that we are proposing?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, no. This is not going to be within the floodplain, and it's not in any areas that would affect movement of groundwater, such as a spring.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Colville.
Thank you, Chair Forney. Is there any estimation with this new plan? I'm very excited that it's happening. I think it's fantastic. I'm wondering if there's any estimation of how much we'll be reducing mowable areas in the site.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Cogill, it's still really conceptual right now. We really want to be able to react to the disturbed area that we create just by the construction uses. I would say off the bat, it might be a half an acre of bee lawn, kind of at the most, but still that's 20,000 square feet, which is a good deal. We could do more. I think it's probably a general practice that, or a general positive thing that we would do that to areas that we would restore anyways with Kentucky bluegrass or other non-native or non-bee friendly things.
Right. Thank you. The other question I have, just out of curiosity, it seems like this particular playground is one of the last of its generation. The only other one I can think of is at Boom Island Park, maybe, of the all wood and metal. Are there, to anyone's knowledge, still any of those concrete tunnels, those like sewer-looking tunnel things that used to be in all the playgrounds anywhere? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Anywhere left in the park system, or have we reached the end? It's a sad day. All right, thank you guys.
You know, they're probably not that expensive. We can figure that out.
Commissioner Musich, I think, has a factual information.
Yes, I just wanted, this is just a point of information. Thank you for acknowledging me on this committee. I appreciate being given an opportunity to speak. While we do not, to my knowledge, have any concrete tubes to crawl through any longer in the park system as part of our playgrounds, as part of the playground renovation that was done adjacent to the Nokomis Community Center 2 years ago, we were able to maintain quite a few of the metal pieces from, I don't know exactly when, I want to say like the 1950s. Anyone in planning recall the exact age of that? They're just giving me blank stares over there and shrugging. But it was old equipment. I had people that were, when they came to the opening, they were like, oh my gosh, when I was a little kid, I played on this. And they were bringing their grandkids to come and play on the new playground. So it was pretty cool. It was exciting to see us keeping older elements that still are functional and safe and fun to play on in the system for kids. So fun fact of the night.
Thank you for that clarification of older and functional. Just a question I have. As far as the loose line, can you tell me, as far as the path, is the south and the north now going to be contiguous and open, and the crossing at the train, as far as the sight lines, if you can just comment about those?
Chair Forney, this project isn't moving or kind of addressing any part of the loose line trail.
It's not? I thought that was in the north.
No, it kind of just bisects a portion of the site, but we aren't going to be adding anything to it or changing its alignment. We are adding that little kind of spur trail up to the 1st and a Half Street or Avenue and Penn Avenue intersection, though.
Oh, thank you. I was interpreting it broader, so anyway.
The NSAMP master plan does have some changes to the loose line, which maybe you're alluding to.
Thinking about. Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other lights. All those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have? No. Oh, okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. I'll take a motion to move the next resolution.
I'll move resolution 2019-388, a resolution approving the concept plan for a splash pad and site improvements at Victory Park.
Thank you. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair Forney. This is a pretty controversial little park for me in my district. The first thing I must say on my own accordance that I'm disappointed that we're losing yet another tennis court in North Minneapolis. School board member Carrie Jo Felder has sent me about 1 million emails and text messages nonstop about that tennis court, amongst many others. I just want to make sure we understand what we're doing as we continue to remove tennis courts at a significant rate in North Minneapolis, because it continues to happen. The other issue that I'm having is the splash pad versus a wading pool. What I'm hearing from folks in that neighborhood is people who live in that specific community use that swimming pool a lot, or that wading pool, wanted a wading pool, and folks who came from outside the community wanted a splash pad. I don't know where I'm exactly going to land on this, but I just have a few questions about maintenance between a wading pool and a splash pad. So I'm hoping someone can help understand, is this really a better option, particularly with one of our staff getting hurt at North Mississippi with that splash pad and then the splash pad being out for over a year, and helped me come along to this idea.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, the injury that occurred at the North Mississippi Regional Park was a wading pool, and that was associated with the circulation pump. The splash pad design that we are using, and we're constructing a new one currently at Curry Park, and we'll be doing one at Phelps, and then this would be the third one at Victory. Recirculates that water just like it would in a wading pool. So we're reusing the water, we're treating that water and applying it. I think the advantage here with this splash pad and at Curry and at Phelps is that you do have a more year-round usable space. The design that Dan talked about, that Andy talked about, really will have some areas where water will pool. Dan Elias has, as a project manager for Curry Park, has that same design in Curry Park. So yes, it's not a wading pool, it's not treated as a pool, it's a splash pad, but I think the design really warrants itself for more year-round use.
So just for all intents and purposes, the groups that we spoke to at conferences at Loring School, ice cream socials, just for clarification, these groups clearly chose by number preference a splash pad versus a wading pool.
Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, I'm going to jump in here, and Andy can answer the more specific question. But I think what's important here is that we went into this project with the understanding that it would be a splash pad because that's what was approved in the North Service Area Master Plan. And a lot of the conversation that took place during that planning effort, it was split. There was not a full consensus around one or the other. And the main reason why the splash pad was eventually recommended by the CAC and then adopted by the board was because of the synergy with the school. The splash pad works better in a school environment because there's more flexibility around it. And also the nearest parks to this particular park all have wading pools. And I know that this park is a little bit isolated and distant from the other parks, but we've heard a lot of interest from community members during our overall master planning processes to try to diversify aquatics in our system in general. And this park seemed right for the splash pad for those two reasons. So it wasn't a cut and dry consensus, but it was a decision that kind of moved forward through that process. So when this project initiated, the expectation was that it was going to be a splash pad. And so primarily it was splash pad options that were shown to the community after, as Andy described, an initial educational process to talk about the differences between the two and then the direction that the master plan had led. Do you have anything more specific?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Season, the only one I can add to is the meeting with us at the parent-teachers conferences that had the staff, teaching staff, and the parents and kids there. What was presented to them, as Adam mentioned, was splash pad concepts, but I did not get any feedback that they preferred wading pools in that particular community engagement event. The other one at Victory Neighborhood Association, it did come up. A couple people at the meeting did mention that there's some preferences for a wading pool.
I would hope that next time, who made the decision just that we were going to go with a splash pad at this site instead of offering both options to the community?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Severson, the splash pad is noted in the adopted plan for this park under the North Service Area Master Plan. And so during that 2-year planning process, that eventually led to a CAC recommendation for the splash pad, which was then adopted by the board. So the master plan for that park did have a splash pad in it, and so that is what staff pursued with the capital improvement project.
So I'll leave you with this so I can give other folks time. I'm just a little frustrated, and the communication that I'm receiving with quite a few community members is we kind of feel cheated in the sense that we think the park board's putting this here because it's a cheaper option than a wading pool. So that's a lot of the conversation that's being had in that specific community. So I appreciate you guys' work. I think you do a phenomenal job, and what this will be is an amazing wading pool at some point. Or excuse me, a splash pad at some pool, not a wading pool. Thank you.
President Bourne?
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. What would be the capital outlay difference between a wading pool and a splash pad, just kind of back of the envelope?
They're both the same. They have to pay for more.
Chair Forney, President Boyd, you get the full Monty here tonight. You get all. Typically, right now, we're budgeting wading pools in 2020. We budget about $850,000. So you can see for the splash pad, we're at $750,000. The thing that we're counting on here, so approximately that same price. The difference here is then, let's say, Painter Park, which has had a wading pool renovation, and Logan Park renovation. Both of those projects had new maintenance facilities, which brought the overall budget well over $1 million. So close in price. And about the same in price.
Okay, and the maintenance fees, from what I remember, there is some nominal to measurable savings in maintenance for splash pads over wading pools long term. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, chemicals.
Chair Forney, President Bourne, I think the savings will occur in water usage.
Okay.
So, for example, if there are issues in wading pools, if something gets dropped in there, we have other things that happen. In wading pools, of course, all the water has to be dumped and it has to be cleaned. In this case, we don't have that situation. We'll still have chemical treatment. We'll still have pumps that will be running. So, again, the water, it'll probably most likely be water savings.
Okay. And then, so I just want to make sure that I heard you right, because you referenced Painter, but then you referenced about $100,000 difference here, but then you referenced a higher price tag at Painter. So we're looking at about $100,000 back of the envelope capital difference?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Bourne, between wading pool itself, the vessel and the equipment required, and a splash pad, about $100,000 less.
Okay.
The projects were larger at Painter and Logan because of the maintenance facility that we had to build.
And then remind me, what my last question is, just remind me of the implementation schedule for Victory Park. When does that fall in the CIP?
Chair Forney, Commissioner Bourne, it was in 2019 CIP.
So we'd be breaking ground on it next year.
Correct. We would start construction in 2020, but it was in 2019 CIP, which is pretty good. What if you remember, I'll just remind the board, we realigned the CIP last year to kind of match up with the work that the school board was doing at Loring Park School, or Loring School, excuse me, which demoed our mechanical building and mechanical room and bathrooms, was necessitated us demoing the wading pool and moving ahead with the splash pad.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Swenson. If I'm not on this committee and it'll be coming up at our next cycle, I would certainly, if Commissioner Severson had a proposal to amend this to a wading pool, and if that's what his constituents are asking him for, it sounds like we'd have to go back and do some replanning, and that would delay the project, but it sounds like there's not a significant capital outlay difference, and I would certainly be willing to work with Commissioner Severson on identifying funds to make that difference if we're understanding the fact that there would be a delay on the project. So thank you for the information.
Thank you. I personally am excited about, Concept 2 or B or whatever. Anyway, it seems more organic, and it's referred to as inward, but to me it feels very outward, so whatever, it's a different way of looking at things. Anyway, I adore splash pads. I think they're wonderful, okay? And I guess, I'm I'll go back to Cliff, okay, and ask the question about maintenance of splash pads. As far as winterizing, the limited experience we have with splash pads, have we had, how should I say, about the same amount of maintenance issues in winterizing splash pads as pools?
Chair Forney, the design of the splash pad, once the lines are not pressurized and it's ready to be shut down, drain back into a sump area. So from that standpoint, the maintenance is, winterization is sort of typical to a wading pool. There's really not a lot of difference between the two. Where we have winter issues, frost issues, it's just typical water left in pipes. Maybe sometimes you have some settlement over the years. But typically new wading pools, new splash pads, we haven't had winterization issues that we've had in some of our older pools. Does that help you?
It does, and I guess, I'll ask then the next question, and that is, from a health and safety standpoint, it seems to me that swimming pools, wading pools and everything have a very high degree of health and safety standards. Needing to measure, the chlorine balance and things like that. Is that an issue as much with splash pads?
Chair Forney, we have to meet the same Department of Health and pool operation standards that we would because we're recirculating this water. So we'll have certified pool operators that will operate that splash pad, do water quality checks. It just won't be in the pool like they would do in a wading pool. They'll be checking balance tanks, etc. The same standards apply. It's just that we don't have a vessel full of water that we have to maintain to a swimmable or a safe water quality level.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And so I really do want to have the full Monty here. So I'm going to ask the question of, from the difference of a wading pool and a splash pad, I've taken tons and tons of kids, whatever it's called, water babies, basically introducing them to water and trying to prepare them for. And I didn't know whether or not our aquatics director might want to weigh in on whether or not if there's an advantage or disadvantage of, shall we say, introducing kids to swimming with a splash pad. Do you see any differentiation? Do you feel any loss, shall I say, in educating children as far as water recreation?
Chair Forney, Commissioners, I don't really have any information or data to react to that. I would think either one is very introductory because they're not a large volume of water for young kids to just get used to being in an aquatic environment. So, but we could come back with research and information if the board chooses.
I'm not sure that I need, but it's just a curious question. To me, whatever. My mother was always proud of telling that I swam before I walked. Are we losing a component there? But the fact that we do have other wading pool options, I hope that we will not be losing it. In fact, in some ways, I feel like we will be introducing more kids via a splash pad that doesn't have a fence around it, that, anyway, kids will feel more welcomed to. So that's just my opinion on things, but thank you for all of you addressing these questions. I'm excited about it, and I think Commissioner Severson would like to piggyback on that.
That was a very good question I was thinking of in my head, so I appreciate you asking that, and maybe I do need more information on that, particularly with kids in North Minneapolis and learning how to swim. And in my mind, I just think to myself that a wading pool, although pretty shallow, is still deeper than a splash pad. I think this evening I think I'm going to vote no on this and try to go back to the drawing board. This is a long, thought, but I think that's where I'm at this evening. I'll just leave it there.
So on that note, all of those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Who else on the committee? Oh, do you have any more questions?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay. All those opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Doesn't sound like it's moved through. So I will take a motion then to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
I will reconvene the regular meeting and go back to Director Wiseman. I think she was, no, I'm sorry, you did get through our list. Going back to comments, I'm wondering if Commissioner Musich remembered her second question now. Commissioner Musich.
I did indeed. Thank you very much. So the question I had was about the request from several of my colleagues to increase the number of youth employment opportunities at the Park Board from 60, an increase of 60 to an increase of 170 youth. My question gets a little bit complex, and so I hope folks will bear with me. But we currently have 782 positions in our budget. We're increasing that by 60 positions, which is a number that seems to be in line with, if we were to make that increase annually for the duration of the superintendent's term, we'll meet the goal of increasing youth employment by 25%, which is what we told him one of the goals were that we wanted him to achieve. If we increase to 952 people by adding 170 positions, we are making essentially an 18% increase just this year. So we're essentially telling him, I know we gave you 4 years to achieve this, but we want you to do it much faster. So as someone that as part of my review has goals that are set for me, I don't know how the superintendent feels about it, but I know that I'd be really frustrated if I was given a goal and told you have 4 years to achieve that, and then I put in place a plan to do that and was then told, actually, no, I want you to do it in a year. That is, I think, unrealistic of us to do. So piggybacking off of my concern that that's unrealistic when he committed to 25%, thinking that would be achievable over a 4-year period, I would like to understand whether or not there is scalability designed into the youth employment program in such a way that we can take on that many more kids in 1 year in a way that really provides the level of intense, thoughtful employment experience, as well as education around how to be an employee, how to continue to improve yourself, to further your career. I'm just really concerned that this is such a big jump that there isn't capacity at the organization to provide a quality experience for kids. So, I know it's a lot. Does anyone want to try to respond to that from the staff side?
Commissioner Musich, to answer your question, so there are a couple of things. One, we know that there is a need for youth employment there. We turn away a significant number of applications. So that's issue number one, and we want to try to meet the needs of as many kids as possible. Conversely, we recognize that accelerating the hiring number each year will take a fair amount of infrastructure development. So in this very moment, do we have the ability to move at such a rapid rate? We don't. However, staff has been meeting regularly to talk about what does that look like? What would it take for us to scale up that quickly?
Okay, so the current budget is something you're prepared for and ready to launch in 2020. But if we were to authorize the hiring of more than double what you're prepared to take on you will try to achieve that in a meaningful way for kids, but it's going to require you taking time away from all the other initiatives that we've put on your plates already?
Yes, and yes, I believe that we can achieve it. I think that it's doable, but we will have to direct considerable amount of attention, time and attention to making sure that it is meaningful work, not just assigning kids to, not just doing placements. And so, but again, I think we are prepared to map that out and figure out how to get us there in ways that make sense for kids most of all.
Okay, and are there other initiatives then that will not be getting the attention that you would otherwise be spending on them if you're going to be dedicating a lot of time to creating meaningful experiences for youth in this manner?
Commissioner Musich, this will not happen in isolation. It will take a variety of cross-functional, will take a cross-functional team in order to make this happen. And I don't want to try to speak for what they may or may not be able to do in this time. I simply don't know what their workloads are.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So I have some pretty serious concerns about us trying to push that large of an increase in 1 year. As the parent of a teenager, I know just how important it is to have meaningful experiences when you're seeking employment for the first time. And if it's a bad experience, that can really impact the way you look at work. So I would like us to be thoughtful about the way that we're implementing this and trust the superintendent to meet the goals in the timeline we laid out for him in conjunction with his staff. So that was my second question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I have comments on a number of the answers that we received. In regard to the parking policy, I just want to clarify again, and I clarified in the committee of the whole that my goal is to achieve a demand-based parking policy. So if there's not an adequate demand to sustain parking at a given place, then I wouldn't want to would not want to meter that. I'm not especially familiar with the Nokomis location. I won't take up a whole lot of time on that here, but I do want to have some subsequent questions about that. I do want to say in regard to the North Loop one, I mean, the fact that there's the 2-hour limit, I think, indicates that we need a better way to allocate the spaces. And that location is also frequently used for the Twins games and other events nearby. So the variable pricing model, where we have event-based fees, would be appropriate there. So I do think that we should keep it at the North Loop one. I want to have further discussions about the others, but definitely don't want to charge for parking if that's going to result in a net loss for us. That would be very unwise. In regard to the lease to own, I mean, I see that adds a significant expense to the cost of the equipment. So I'm wondering if there's a way that we could potentially just use that as an accounting tool to I don't want to add $1,000 or more to the cost of the machine by leasing instead of buying, but I think it would make sense for us to kind of borrow from the reserve fund and pay it back as the funds came in. So let's see, for the pedestrianization pilot, $75,000 seems like an outrageous amount for that. So I think we have different ideas of what would be entailed in that. The proposal this summer was for 4 weekends. I mean, I just can't see how something that we do on a regular basis, closing those streets, how that could possibly get up to $75,000. So I want to have some additional conversations with staff about what they had in mind there and how we can trim that down to something more reasonable. I was delighted to see that the glyphosate moratorium didn't add any substantial costs. That's great. For the question that I asked about the planning positions, the answer on here basically said that it would have made no difference in the past because those positions didn't exist in the past. They weren't filled previously. So I guess I'm going to have to ask the question again to get what I need. I mean, I want to know what the trade-offs are. Like, what could we get from those positions? Like, the value of them hasn't been translated to me. Like, what this engineer could do. Like, what things are Minneapolis constituents going to see as a result of that? And then I do have a question that I want to ask of staff about the tree positions because I've been getting emailed and called a lot about those 3 positions. And I definitely want to support more resources for our forestry department. But I've been told that there have been previous commitments from the city, and it's described as the city, to pay for half of one of those positions. So I wanted to know the context about that. When did that happen? Who do we mean by the city? Like, does that mean the mayor, someone in the mayor's office? And if, depending on what that commitment has been, I think it might make sense to wait until that's actually paid for by the city and before we put it in our budget. So is there anyone that can speak to that context?
Acting Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent Pilger. Right?
Yes. Kind of weird to hear my name that way, but good evening. So yes, the City of Minneapolis and the Park Board have been wrangling over how to actually fund a portion of the tree preservation coordinator position for a number of years, and we actually have resolved it recently. We will be incorporating the funding that the city's going to bring to the table in our annual stormwater services agreement. And actually later tonight in the Operations and Environment Committee meeting, you'll hear more about our stormwater services agreement. I'm getting handed a letter. And actually, there's been some paperwork back and forth, and we were working primarily with Brett Jelly at the City of Minneapolis, and it looks like Julie just handed me a letter from Robin Hutchinson making a commitment. I might need my glasses. So they're committing $50,000 to the ongoing funding for the tree preservation coordinator via this letter, and then that will be incorporated in 2020 in the stormwater services agreement.
Great. Well, it sounds like Commissioner Forney's broken record may have produced some fruits on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner French, followed by Musich.
I got a couple questions. At the height of our youth employment, how many youth were we employing at a time, at the height?
Assistant Superintendent Cox.
Commissioner French, I don't know if I know how to answer at the height. So what we took for as our baseline was a snapshot in time. So with young people, as you can imagine, there's a little bit of ebb and flow in their tenure. So some start early and don't finish the entire summer. Others, so I don't know that I can answer.
Maybe the question I need to ask is, how many positions were available at the height of our employment of youth? Like, how many positions were available? Is that?
I may have to do a lifeline on this one. So we do placements across the organization, and so much of it is funding dependent. So based on what we have money for, we will find a place for kids. So I don't know that it is position specific, but let me see if someone else can answer that.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Friends, at the height of our summer programming, we typically are employing upwards of 1,000 youth. I believe this year we were around 975. That might be give or take a couple. At the height of recreation 15 years ago or so, I wouldn't know the numbers off the top of my head, but looking just from reference, I think we were a little higher back then than we are now.
Okay. What's the other question? And So that was the height, and we're employing about 900 right now. And so I guess I would encourage other commissioners to not let the great to be enemy of good. If we have enough space for a certain amount of teams to be working in our parks, I think I can trust our staff to figure out work for them to do that's meaningful and fulfilling and enriching. So I would encourage all my fellow commissioners to make sure that we can have as many youth working in our parks as possible. I know the other question. How many youth do we turn away every year? Yeah, I'm sorry for asking so many questions.
That's a good question.
Good evening, Commissioners. In Teen Teamworks, we employed 265 youth this summer, and that's, of course, based on the funding that we receive. And we have gotten over 1,000 applications for the positions. We don't even actively recruit, like going into schools anymore, because it seems wrong then to turn down to so many kids. But we definitely know that the youth are out there looking for jobs.
So can I say you could probably put a whole bunch more youth to work if you had the resources to do so?
We absolutely could in Teen Teamworks. There's a lot of work that doesn't get done in our parks. We feel that for 2020 in the Teen Teamworks area, we could manage 60 additional youth. With the current infrastructure that we have, the staffing that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think maybe historian Rice had something to add, or did you? I saw your light turn on too.
I think we've always worked on the number of, when the program was Teamworks or Learn to Earn.
Microphone.
Teamworks or Summer Youth, the program we've gone to the legislature and asked for, usually the number has been around 300 that I recall.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Commissioner Forney for the first time, then Musich for the second time.
Oh. Where to begin? I'm a bit confused about the expenses for the Board of Commissioners. There's a contractual services on one portion, and then there's professional services, which is state lobbying on another. And if somebody can help me on understanding, we've got legal services for $154,000. If you can explain what some of those things are, I'd really appreciate it. I have contractual services in one place of $544,813, but then over in another place, we've got professional services, state lobbying for $123,000, and then legal services for $154,000.
President Bourne, Commissioner Forney, in the board's budget, professional services and so the state lobbying is charged to the board budget. And then the legal fees are legal fees that are for board-driven type of things. So freedom of speech type of things. If it's a legal fee that is associated directly with a department, the department gets charged for those legal fees. But if it's an entity-wide type situation, like the Graco situation, some of the free speech things that we had with the Pride Festival and stuff historically, those are charged to the board, and those are included. You get a budget line for legal fees for that.
And so the state lobbying is our contracts with the three
correct
lobbyists that we have, okay? And the legal fees then are not only Rice Walters and Michael, anyway, is any other legal fees that are related specifically to board
work,
okay? All right. So then when we go over and it says contractual services of 544, and last year, or excuse me, that was 18. Is that the same thing you're talking about? Okay.
So you're looking at the actuals? I was looking at your budget.
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, and that's the thing, is that the actuals are saying 544,813, but we're budgeting only, what is that, 275?
So, correct. President Bourne and Commissioner Forney, again with budgeting is estimating, and it is estimating based on historical averages, and especially for legal fees, it will fluctuate considerably from year to year depending on what happens in that current year. And I think the attorney could attest to that as well. Council Rice could attest to that as well.
Okay, well, no, I really appreciate, knowing that and everything, because I have been reviewing the legal fees, and so in the bills the invoices that we go, then each one of the items that we are being billed for then are being allocated to various, okay, so they are being charged back, whatever we want to say, okay. What we paid, I think it was close to $9,000 or over that for the mayoral veto, the name change, whatever, I think was like $15,000. So like, how about Crown Hydro? Is that something that's a board? Okay, and how about the Ed Feline lawsuit? What would that be charged to?
President Bourne and Commissioner Forney, I'm not the one that processes and distributes the legal bill, and I'm not familiar with every case. So I don't know if you want to tell me what it is, and then, so I really don't want to speak to it at this point. The biggest ones for 17 and 18 was Graco.
Okay, all right.
Those
Well,
are
that's
the
very
ones.
helpful to know what, comes under quote-unquote our purview, okay? And that it's a variable, and yet we are, for this coming year, it sounds like, budgeting lower for that. Am I pulling that together appropriately, that we are budgeting less than what we have been spending in the past 3 years?
President Bourne and Commissioner Forney, that would be the case at this point.
And I bring it up just because so that we as commissioners can be sensitive to what it is that, what the charges are, that this money is not just coming out of the air, that there are specifics that are, that we as commissioners are incurring. So that's within our purview and everything. Okay, so I'm having real difficulty as far as the forestry thing. I'm not supportive of deleting any of those. I feel that it's just so critical that we keep our forestry up to par. I know that the Tree Advisory Committee has advocated for probably a decade, whatever, to have that last position filled, and knowing that the city is whatever in a cooperative move, I think that is something that is so important, particularly since our tree dedication fee, we might be looking at it expiring in 2 years. I think we need to, walk the walk, if that's what we really want. We should be, via the tree dedication fee. I think it's essential for us to continue that. I just want to clarify that as far as the funding of the, I'm looking for the pages madly here, of the development officer and the, it's in here someplace, the IGRA.
Page 11. Page 11.
I'll get there somehow. I'm not seeing it, but anyway, I'm not advocating for eliminating one or putting in the other. I was looking for understanding, and I at least am personally satisfied with the explanations of things, and would strongly advocate for the $25,000 that's being stated to look into the development aspects, grant writing, et cetera. So I just want you to know you can delete those as far as I'm concerned. I will ask more questions as I get to it.
Commissioner Vitak for the first time, followed by Commissioner Musich for the second.
Thank you, President Bourne. So thanks to whomever added this wonderful list of all the money we received from the large events. I had asked about that at the previous meeting, but I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to make more money from these events. This seems to be like some of the same type of events, but we're making a whole lot more money on some than others. And then I also want to know if we're collecting the money from these events.
Good evening, Commissioners. President Bourne, Commissioner Vitak. This list that we provided to you, we actually cut off at $5,000. And because you had asked specifically about kind of the larger events, we have a list about the same length that's below $5,000, and that's where you really start to see the variety. Some of these bigger events take up a larger footprint, they have a larger resource impact, and what you see on that list is a list of income, but you do not see the corresponding expense, whether it be staff expense or additional resources beyond park board staff. The way that we currently pay our staff and allocate funds and distribute these expenses doesn't necessarily correlate directly back, so I can capture some but not all of the expenses, so I wasn't able to give you the full picture. What you do see though in the list that you received are events which have typically are returning events and typically have a large impact or a large footprint. Right now we are pretty much across the nation and across park systems that we know of, we are really on the high end of fees related to use and event permitting, whether it be festivals, races. We have identified opportunity to cover expense for cost recovery, and other park systems look to us and reach out to us on a pretty regular basis to ask, how did you determine that fee, or how did you develop that? We're thinking about putting something like this in place within our system. So as we look at the fees we charge for events, we really feel right now that we are kind of at a threshold point where we're at the peak of where we can move our fees right now. And if we are going to continue to bring in more revenue for events, it needs to be by bringing in more events, not necessarily by charging more per event. When we ran our use and event fees and our process through the racial equity toolkit, which our agency has adopted as one of our checks and balances, we determined that the way that we put together this program was equitable. And staff feel that if we raise fees at this time for this type of permit, that there is a chance that we would be putting our spaces out of reach for some of those smaller permitted events which you aren't seeing on that list before you. Those ones that are bringing us to like the 4,090 mark, that didn't make the list. So that's a little bit more than what that paper can say. I don't know if it answers the question that you had, or if you have something that you'd like to follow up with me, I'm happy to.
I definitely want to follow up with you at a different time. Just you and I maybe set up something, but I would love for you to make some suggestions for how we could get more money, how we can charge more. I know you're saying like we're at the top, but I think of I attend Pride every year. I love Pride, but Pride is huge. It leaves a huge. We use a lot of resources to have Pride in our parks, and I would love to just sit down with you or whomever and figure out some suggestions that you have for us to be able to get more money from some of these events, whether they're larger or small. I don't want to, pick on one event, but just overall, I think it would be a good idea to figure out if we can not maybe pull in some more money. And I guess the other thing too, we can talk about it later, but I would like to know what we actually get, like what's our cut of this, of these events. So we can do that all offline. Thank you for your answers. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I do just want to address that with some of these larger events where there is a significant draw on our resources, we do definitely, after events, assess our property and ensure that as part of the agreement with any of these outside groups is that that the property is returned to the previous condition prior to the event happening. So if there's damage incurred during that event, our maintenance and asset management folks, our trades, work with us to put together a bill, and then we do back bill for those events to the permit holders. So we are recovering costs in that way as well. So we're back to square one, as opposed to just pulling in revenue and then being left with expenses after the fact.
So we're not incurring any expenses, you're saying, from these events?
We are not incurring expenses for repairs.
Repairs, okay.
That is passed back to the permit holder.
But I would like to know what expenses we're paying for these events. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And then the next thing is, I just want to say that I support these forestry positions. I think they should stay. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else for me to say about it, but I would appreciate us working to make that happen as a board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. Commissioner Cogill, followed by Musich for the second time.
Thank you, President Bourne. I had a question on the Water Resources Lead Edition. In the original spreadsheet that we got outlining budget adjustments, it said a portion of the dollars for that position were going to come from the city through the Stormwater Services Agreement, but then in this it seems as though it's all of those dollars, and so the savings for the park boarders is nothing. Could I get some clarity on that? I mean, is that just money that the city is providing us for that position, and if we don't take it, we don't get it? Is that kind of what's going on there?
Good evening. So very timely questions with some of our committee presentations later. So we have this annual Stormwater Services Agreement with the City of Minneapolis where we are reimbursed for a lot of our activities associated with water quality management in the city. And that agreement amount has kind of been increasing for the last several years as our services have increased. And we've had verbal conversations with the city about the need for this water resources position in order to meet the needs of the program and the needs of the city. And they have given a verbal commitment to increasing the agreement for 2020 if we fund this position.
Increasing it to $97,712, or just increasing it some amount?
Increasing it by whatever this equivalent is. There are some other elements that will be brought into the 2020 agreement. It varies a little bit from year to year depending on what stormwater BMPs we monitor, what our monitoring costs are associated with the lake monitoring program. So right now our annual agreement is topped at $600,000, I believe, and Rachel can correct me later if that's not right.
Okay.
We are looking at, if all of the elements get funded for 2020, we're looking at an almost $800,000 annual agreement.
Okay, that's helpful. And so to be clear then, if I'm looking at this, the addition or denial of this is read in our budget as a budget neutral change. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
President Bourne and Commissioner Cogill, there is actually, I pulled out the budget adjustments and attachments. If you look on page 6 of the package of your budget adjustments, not your questions and answers, it's a typo in the description.
Okay.
It's shown on the budget adjustment as a zero impact to the budget with both the revenue and the expense listed, even though it says that it's a portion.
Gotcha. Thank you. Well, I agree that it is confusing that we have 3 positions in forestry that sound very similar, and it's hard to understand what they are. I am of the opinion that it would be good to have all of them. I've been kind of convinced by some of the testimony and some of the needs that I'm seeing for expanding tree preservation in the city. maybe there could be some reconsideration of the titles, though, because I would say I'm still confused, and folks that have been on the board longer than me are also still not able to determine which is which. So that could at least be something that could be considered. I don't think I have anything else to say except for I am supportive of the addition of parking. I'm confused by the claim that paid parking at certain locations is not going to lead to any increased revenue when the amounts that are provided to us are estimates of increased revenue. I guess I would encourage us to move forward with those if those, I'm assuming that staff did some estimation on that in the first place. I don't know if there's any clarification that Director Olson you could provide.
Good evening again. President Boren, Commissioner Kogel. There is estimated revenue, however, the expense outweighs the revenue.
For all three of those locations?
The two locations at Lake Nokomis North and at Beards Plaisance. The locations along West River Parkway, which are currently limited hours as well, staff put together a projection that we could likely make some revenue there.
Okay, so the amount that's listed is not actually the revenue amount that would be projected? That on this items 48, 49, and 50 on page 4 of the budget additions and reductions that we were provided?
There, it is net revenue.
It is net revenue.
It is net expense.
Net expense, okay. All right. Okay, and so we don't have, is there a revenue estimation? Not a revenue estimation. Any clarification?
Sure. On
Thanks.
item number 48.
Sure.
The cost to
I see.
put it in is $12,700. So for item 48, that's a new location. So we didn't estimate revenue at this point. We would want to get it in first. We do have a calculation that we would need to make a minimum of $4,700 annually to break even at this site. And as Annie has, our Director Olson has already articulated, they believe that at that site that they could generate revenue. The other two sites with Lake Nokomis, they're estimating a revenue would be only $1,100 annually. And at Beards Plaisance, they're recommending that it would be $327 annually, and that's based on previous experience with those lots when they were paid lots.
I see. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And the revenue that Director Wiseman just referenced, that is revenue. However, there would be more of an expense than the revenue made in those two lots. At the West River Road location, or West River Parkway locations, there would be an initial cost to implement and turn those lots into pay lots. But over time, likely over 5 years, if not less, we would be able to come out ahead in those two locations. Note that the locations along West River Parkway, if they were turned to pay locations, we would not be able to actually open those lots for business as pay locations until at earliest Q2, if not Q3, due to the procurement, install, and weather stipulations to get the stuff into the ground and all that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogel, Commissioner Severson, followed by Musich, then Forney, both for the second time.
Thank you, President Bourne. So I was raised under the premise that it takes a village to raise a child, and particularly in North Minneapolis, I believe the school board, Hennepin County's libraries, and our parks play a very important role in that village. The reason I say this is I hear things that we don't need computer labs in our parks, or we don't need that kind of technology. And, you know, I got online here and looked at Weber Library. They are open 9 to 5, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Then they have some late hours on opposite dates. I looked up North Regional, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 5. Sumner, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 5. So I love that the tree warriors are out tonight trying to fight for a very good cause, a cause that I support. But what I want to make extremely clear is what you view as ideal and extremely important does not trump what others view as extremely important and ideal in their communities. Ideation spaces and technology use can create career pathways. Kids can do homework. Kids can communicate with others in their family that may not live close. So I just want to be very careful how we word some of that because that scares me. And I can tell you North Minneapolis computer labs and ideation spaces bring a tremendous value to underserved communities. I want to also remind people that I love that the tree warriors are out again tonight. But there's been a shooting in North Minneapolis almost every single day since 2017 or 16, since some people have been tracking it in our community. I need some warriors to come out on youth prevention. And how that happens is programming for our youth particularly. So I just really want to put that in the air that I support other people's values, but that doesn't mean your value is more important than other people's values, or it doesn't go up or down on other people's lists. With that, I did have a question, and I think I know the answer, but I want to ask it anyways. How much does the city public works pay us for all the water they pump in or dump into our lakes and onto our properties?
That's on the
Acting Assistant Superintendent Pilger.
So we are going to do a presentation tonight on the Stormwater Services Agreement, and I think that will really help the board to understand how the city and the park board are working together on stormwater management for the water going into the lakes. We don't own the lakes in the city of Minneapolis or the state of Minnesota. Those are waters of the state. There are municipalities all over the state and the country that are discharging stormwater into local receiving waters. So it's part of a much bigger program, and I'm hopeful we can maybe have that presentation and have a little more of that discussion. Would that be okay?
Sure, but what about our golf courses then? Is the city paying us to dump water into our golf courses?
So only a couple of our golf courses are actually in the city of Minneapolis. We are receiving stormwater at the Hiawatha Golf Course. There's a big project going on right now that would bring stormwater into the Columbia Golf Course. We don't receive a financial reimbursement for that water specifically, but I do think it is something that the board could explore with the city to recognize some of those. We get credits for different stormwater BMPs that are out in our system and on our parklands, and I feel like there was a little missed opportunity at Hiawatha years ago.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. I'll go into second round, Musich, Forney, Vita.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question on the comments about youth line and the capacity there to take on 60 additional youth. Is that the 60 additional youth that is already budgeted to increase our youth employment for 2020?
I'm sorry, President Bourne and Commissioner Musich, can you re-ask the question, please?
Sure. Youth line had stated, or I don't know, we had a statement made earlier, and I didn't make notes, so okay, Heidi let us know that she has capacity to take on 60 youth in youth line for employment if we fund that. Is that the 60 additional youth employment opportunities that are currently budgeted for in the superintendent's recommended budget?
President Bourne, Commissioner Musich, that I'm assuming that that's what she was referring to.
Okay.
There are 60 additional youth budgeted in the superintendent's recommended budget. It includes the Teen Works proper, Teen Works Green Team, Teen Works Power Crew.
Okay,
So, yes.
so with our current staffing capacities, we can take on an additional 60 youth in that program. I guess the follow-up question I have to that is, how many more adds to staff do we require to increase to 170 young people in the system if right now we have capacity for 60 with current staffing levels?
Commissioner Musich, can you repeat the last part of your question? How many more
staff people do we need to be able to supervise the additional 110 youth we're proposing to add to our employment programs?
So I think it's kind of a complex response. So we are thinking about youth employment from 14 to 24. And so at the lower level, that will require more staff supervision. But as you get older and not working specifically in Teen Works, because the Youth Employment Initiative is not entirely about youth, is not entirely about Teen Works. It's across the organization. So if we are employing people in other places outside of Teen Works proper, it doesn't translate in the same way. And I'm sorry, I can't give you a more clear response because it's a bit more complex than.
So it's not something we can answer at this point because we don't understand where we're going to put these kids yet.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was the end of my questions on that. The argument was made to me last week that the Intergovernmental Relations Administrator is helping to preserve and protect funding we're currently receiving. And so I'm wondering if this position has reduced, or do we believe that it will reduce the need for lobbyist funding in 2020? I don't know who that's a question for, but maybe the superintendent, since the position's in your office.
Yes.
I'm wondering if the Intergovernmental Relations Administrator reduces our need for lobbyist funding at all in 2020. Because the argument was made to me that this position is helping to preserve and protect the however many millions of dollars, $25 million that we receive from various agencies throughout the state. So if that's the case, that's what I thought our lobbyists did. So I'm wondering if through the creation of this position, we're reducing our need for lobbyist dollars in any way, shape, or form.
Superintendent, I may be able to help address that. Commissioners and lobbyist Rice will remember very well that we reduced our lobbying expenses by about $90,000 coming into this year through the reduction of Mary Ann Campo and the reduction of our federal lobbyists. So this position was close to budget neutral from what I recall. And when you compare that with the successes that it had last year, it was budget positive. This year, the position had a significantly delayed start that I think that we're all concerned about. But we did have significant savings to the tune of about $90,000 from what I recall in the 2018 budget going into the 2019 budget. Lobbyist Rice, Council Rice.
Thank you for the clarification.
If I could add that you're correct, President Bourne. When the board set the budget last year, you did two significant things. Mary Ann Campbell's contract was not renewed. That was approximately $50,000. And you didn't renew a federal lobbying contract for, I think it was $50,000. You did set aside $10,000. So there was about $90,000 in savings going into this year. And it assumed a full-time lobbyist position, which wasn't filled until August or September. So this year, the board probably spent a lot fewer dollars on lobbying in 2019 than it did on 18 in the aggregate. But just to be candid, I think it shows up. I mean, in a sense that I know our contract with the state, we probably far exceeded the $80,000 that were budgeted for my firm because there was no backup support during the session to do the lobbying day at the Capitol, which was going to be undertaken and done by the IGR position that had been done in the previous year in 18 when Mr. Killian was here. And there was no federal lobbying work. And their idea there was, there may have been a missed opportunity because Congresswoman McCollum is now heading up a committee that oversees all the park spending into the billions of dollars. And so I would say, if Commissioner Music's question is to do a one-on-one comparison, it was very disruptive this year in terms of what the work plan this year was to replace Ms. Campo and the federal lobbyist with a full-time IGR coordinator, and quite frankly, that didn't happen.
Okay, so this new person is an on-staff lobbyist?
That's correct.
And are they registered as a lobbyist
They
in the
have.
state of Minnesota? All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Musich for the second time, Commissioner Borney for the second time, followed by Vita, followed by French.
Thank you. In some ways, I feel like we've gotten into a little bit of a we-they thing, and I think that's really unfortunate. I first of all want to commend not only the superintendent, but all the staff and everything for bringing forward a balanced budget. And balance doesn't just mean dollars and cents. It means weighing our priorities, weighing, how can we function in as well as forward the initiatives that we have requested. So I applaud staff for doing that. I think as far as the forestry, if I'm hearing things correctly, it's to eliminate not just the proposed one, but one that already is existing. And that, to me, is, anyway, I appreciate that we want to put $100,000 more in the Walt Disney Innovation Fund. I think that's, a wonderful idea and everything. But balancing things, I don't see, I see that the $100,000 that we already put in there is wonderful, is adequate, is achieving what it is that we've been looking for. I've heard that to increase to 4 ideation spaces and everything actually would be beyond capacity I question why would we insert 2 more. I want to also make the distinction that when we talk about ideation spaces, we're not talking about computer spaces. We're talking about ideation spaces. Those are different components, and so we're not denying people the computers that already are in our rec centers. I hear very strongly that as far as the capacity to take on, what would it be, 110 more youth, I think it's a wonderful idea once again, but I think Commissioner Musich put it well. Can we provide that type of capacity, staffing-wise, to give the appropriate experience? And then hearing Council Rice talk about the fact that, at the state, we've talked about 300, and now, we're asking for more. Maybe the venue is not via our budget, this general budget, but but to add that on to the state, request. So I'm having difficulty in supporting that. And once again, it's not that I don't want to have more youth employment. It's balancing all of the different asks that we have. The archivist, I know, has been an issue, but I believe that somebody indicated to me that, oh yes, it's with our potential memorandum, the easement agreement, the conservation easement and everything, that the archivist was once again able to pull something out for us. So that has proven to pay for itself over and over and over again. So the reduction of that, I would question as well. I have a problem with reducing our park police staff. So I would not support that. Once again, I will indicate to you that eliminating the request for a development coordinator and not eliminating the IGRA, I am perfectly fine with. So I want that to be known there. Bertie's talked about the tree people, which, yes, they could probably be distinguished as far as who their titles are. I agree 100% as far as the recreation survey. I think that's something that is very beneficial for us in supporting this initiative that we all really agree that we need to advance our programming in that area. I would question or put out there that as far as the training for Justice Leadership Solutions, I would question whether or not are we getting the true value of our going to conferences, having membership into those various associations, if that is a value in comparison to what we would realize from funding the training for commissioners of the Justice Leadership Solutions. So I would say possibly pull out the conferences and put in the funding for that training. I'm going to keep on going and finish off here. Okay, what other things did I have in here? The forestry volunteer, to me, I think is really critical. I have worked, quite often as a volunteer, and the advantages to us are we are able to identify where there are noxious weeds. And the sooner that we can identify where our noxious weeds are, the less pesticides that we're going to have to be using, being that the state requires that we have to eradicate, noxious weeds. So there's a plus for all of these things. And so to me, the forestry volunteer is so critical for us to have. And I believe that we will benefit from it financially as well as a health perspective. And then I don't know if I indicated that I would advocate also for the grant writer, $25,000, or not a grant writer, but to explore the use of a grant writer. Those are my things I'm advocating for. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney for the second time, Commissioner Vita for the second time, followed by Commissioner French for the second time.
Thank you, President Bourne. So just a few more things. I would be against cutting any of the park police positions. I don't understand how, like, when programs, facility usership, and events continue to increase, how we could even talk about cutting police staff. Also, increases in mental health crisis, suicides, overdoses, needles in the parks, homelessness. I'm not sure who we think are going to respond to all of these things happening in our park. So again, I would not be in support of cutting any park police positions, or even, I think the idea came up around we have one too many lieutenants or something like that. We have a park police force that's being managed, in my opinion, greatly, and I am also of the opinion if it's not broke, if it's, don't try to fix it. It's good. We have staff there that's being managed in the way that it is. I think there's 35 park police officers, and I would just really ask for support in keeping things the way that they are and not cutting any park police officers. Also, the recreation survey, I've been asking for that for a couple years. I would also like to see that happen. I have personally worked on a long-term recreation plan, and it includes having survey data first so that we understand what community needs are. So I would encourage us to somehow factor that in. I think since I got here, I've been advocating for a development director. I personally work off of grants in my regular job, and I know how efficient it could be to have someone on staff writing grants and bringing money in that is solely responsible for this. This is their responsibility. This does not have to be a full-time staff person. I just want us to explore the idea of having someone on staff to work specifically on youth initiatives and bringing more money in for youth programming. I would also like to encourage us to support youth ambassadors for the dog parks. There's been lots of questions about how our dog parks are used, if we can charge more fees. What are we going to do with these young people that we may be hiring? Send them to the dog park. That's my suggestion. So again, I'm going to be advocating for those positions. I will not be advocating for us to lose any positions, actually. Like, I'm supportive of people working. I am very supportive of us maintaining the staff that we have and growing if possible. So I will not be supporting any staff cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Viton, for the second time. Commissioner French.
I guess I have a couple questions. How much are we spending right now on youth outreach that doesn't include sports? Who would have that information? Non-sports youth outreach, how much money are we spending on it?
Assistant Superintendent Cox.
I think I know the answer to it, but I just want to.
Commissioner French, again, this is a complicated question. So we'd like to think of the Recreation Division as youth-centered in every way, including golf, when you think about the First Tee program. And so I think perhaps an easier way to get at it is to think about what the Rec Division's budget is, and perhaps consider that every part of that considers youth.
So what if I said youth outreach? How much money are we spending on the direct outreach to youth in our city?
I may invite Larry to come up and see if he can give a response to that.
Thank you, Commissioner French. It would be hard to pinpoint exactly like part-time staff dollars that we spend on outreach. However, we have 12 full-time youth program specialists that work in the parks. Typically, they spend 10 to 15% of their time outreaching, typically in schools or other areas around parks, but it's mainly in schools. So I'd have to equate it. I'd have to do rough math in my head to figure out exactly a dollar amount on that.
I heard I was told it was $2.5 million that we spend on youth non-sports youth outreach. How much do we? And this is probably not the question for you, but how much do we spend on our park police? What's the budget for our park police every year?
That's all LGA funded.
$6
million. Chief Ohado or Director Wiseman?
President Bourne, Commissioner French, the Park Police budget for 2019 is about $6.6 million. And as I recall, Julie did do a calculation around the amount of dollars that we're dedicating to youth, and that number was around $18 million.
When I asked the question about youth outreach, I'm not talking about sports, because every person in the city gets to do sports. I'm talking about work that we're doing specifically to reach the youth of this city, to make sure that they're not involved in some of the stuff that's going on. I want to echo what Commissioner Severson was saying. Our city's in crisis, and I'm going to kind of, Franklin Roosevelt, during the Great Depression, this country was in a crisis, right? And he thought the best way to get this country out of this crisis was to put young folks to work. Now, he didn't stop and say, hey, I don't know if we have enough meaningful jobs for folks to work. He just said, we got to get folks moving. We got to get folks from being stagnant. We got to get our economy from being stagnant. We got to get folks working. I have the utmost confidence in our staff that we will provide meaningful jobs for our youth in this city. I want to spend money on youth. I want to spend resources on youth, and in the front end and not on the back end. I don't want to arrest youth. And I'm not saying that's what our park police do, but I want to make sure that we have programming in our parks to make sure before that kid even reaches a cop, he's talked to 2 or 3 different other youth workers. That's what I would encourage this board to do. We are in crisis with our youth. I looked on TV a couple months ago. There were all these young black boys downtown, committing crimes, right? I would just love to understand why we think getting more police on the street would help that issue, and that actually providing programming in our parks. So I would encourage y'all to understand that I prioritize youth over adults any day of the week. So unapologetic about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner French. That sounded more like comments than questions. I have a couple of
Commissioner Bourne, you have a light on still.
Commissioner Vita, you've spoken twice this evening, and our board rules allow 2 times. So I'm going to be speaking and closing it out unless anybody wants to speak, anybody who has not spoken for the second time would like to go. So there's a few things that I would like to, I have some questions. There are some misleading statements that have been made tonight that I'm assuming are unintentionally misleading, but I'd like to clear some of those up. I guess I'll start with, I want to find it interesting that last cycle we had a war on golf, and this cycle we have tree warriors. So I'm interested to see what Game of Thrones cast members come next. But I do have some questions. I think for Director Wiseman or Acting Assistant Superintendent Pilger around some of these forestry coordinator positions that I think the entire board sees the value of. My first question is, the board approved one of these coordinators, and I think that there's a consensus that we're all confused by the name, in our 2019 budget last year. It was my understanding that that position has been vacant since its creation. And this, maybe Director Wiseman, can you confirm for me that that position has been vacant since the Board of Commissioners authorized it to be created in the 2020 budget?
Yes, President Bourne and Commissioners, on line 31, the Forestry Outreach Coordinator is the position that was added to the budget in the 2019 budget cycle. And that position is currently vacant. There has not been anyone detailed or permitted into that vacancy.
So that work, ever since it was created, has just never been happening? Okay. Was the position ever posted? Did we ever try to hire for it?
President Bourne and Commissioners, I believe that the job description that you received still showed a draft on that particular job description. So it's in the process of being finalized, so that position has not been posted for hiring.
So where is that money gone that the board authorized to spend on that position this year, because we all agreed in the urgency for it when it was requested by staff last year? Where's that gone?
President Bourne and Commissioners, once we get to the Administration and Finance Committee, I will be presenting the the 2019 third quarter financial status report. As you know, in our budget, we budget vacancy savings. We treat every full-time position within the park board when we consider the amount that we are budgeting in vacancy savings. It's not that it's particularly spent on one something else. It's for the whole entire general fund.
Thank you, Director Wiseman, and this one is a little bit more of a rhetorical question, so I don't expect a response, but the board unanimously approved the budget last year with that one of 3 coordinators listed as a priority. I believe the position was budgeted to start in March, so here's all of March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and the job description is still in a draft form. So I question when I hear what a priority it is that the job description is still in draft form and it hasn't been posted. My other question is on some of those cost shares with the City of Minneapolis around the second coordinator position. There's a coordinator position that is funded, that was created in 2015. Do we have and Director Wiseman, the name of that position? is,
President Bourne and Commissioners, that is listed on your reduction line as line number 32, the Tree Preservation Coordinator.
okay.
So that position was added to the budget in 2015. The intent was that the Minneapolis Park Board would pay half the cost of that position, and the City of Minneapolis Public Works Department would provide the other half. That never came to fruition. We did talk about the letter that we do have in our hands that City Public Works feels that they have a mechanism to be able to place that into their budget in 2020. But we have had an arborist who has been detailed into that position since 2015.
So when I recall the budgets from 15, 16, 17, and 18, and this was something you helped me understand in our last cycle, we had a revenue item budgeted from the city of Minneapolis for that position specifically each one of those 4 years, and it was ballpark $50,000. So I'm assuming that there was some sort of, we didn't just make that up and say, wouldn't it be nice if the city gave us $50,000? Somebody along the way told us they were going to give us $50,000 and pay for half of this position. Am I understanding that right?
President Bourne and Commissioners, I would say that that's true.
Okay, so the city of Minneapolis has committed to pay us $200,000 over the last 4 years, and they have not paid a dollar of that. And I'm hearing tonight in the staff report that there's a commitment from the city of Minneapolis to pay the $50,000 this year. Why would, as a policymaker, why would I believe that this year would be any different from the year before, or the year before, or the year before, or the year before? Director Weisman, that's a rhetorical question. So I think everybody sees the value of these forestry coordinator positions. I'm certainly willing to support them. I'm not willing to float another check for the city for $50,000. So if the city of Minneapolis wants to cut a check for that revenue on January 1st, I would be very willing to create that position. If we can get I guess we would need to see that check in our hands dated January 1st before we vote on our budget. One of the, and there's another water resource coordinator that has that same promise for this year. Am I understanding that right?
So we have had a mechanism in order to have the money be exchanged between the Environmental Management Department and the City of Minneapolis Public Works, Surface Water and Sewers Department. That has been the Stormwater Services Agreement. That has not been problematic for us. We've entered into that on an annual basis, and we've billed them through our billing system, coding all of our expenses, and we've received those reimbursements when we've billed for them. I believe there has not been a mechanism to get to this $50,000 commitment for the tree preservation coordinator, and that's been a bit of a stumbling block. So we are going to incorporate it into the Stormwater Services Agreement because trees do have a relationship to stormwater and stormwater runoff, and we feel like there's room to incorporate into that. It'll be a new $50,000 into that agreement. So I think that the organizations struggled with how we get that accomplished to figure out a way to make that exchange of dollars.
Okay.
So the stormwater agreement is renewed on an annual basis. We have to review our work associated with it we do that in like January and February, and so we don't actually enter into the agreement until the spring. So cutting a check on January 1st is problematic. We do a twice-a-year billing. That's been the preference of the city. We do a mid-year bill and a final bill. So I think it would be difficult for them to give us a check for services that haven't been rendered yet.
Okay. It would be, I don't need to debate staff, but thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
It would be equally hard for me to float another check to the city of Minneapolis on what is now 4 years of an unpaid commitment. I'd like to see as part of that stormwater management agreement, a reimbursement for those 4 years that we had a commitment to pay for that staff. Because we have also lost an arborist from the field during those times, and the people of Minneapolis have lost an arborist from the field in those times. And every time I get a phone call asking why a tree isn't getting pruned or a stump isn't getting ground, it's because I have I'm floating a check to the city of Minneapolis. So I'd like to see that reimbursed. And then that would increase some one-time funds available. I would certainly, and if what I'm hearing is we've had a position for almost 11 months and we only have a draft position for, and we have been detailing in somebody else for 4 years, I would be willing to make a mid-year budget adjustment once that agreement is finalized and there is a recorded in blood and stone commitment that funding is coming from the city of Minneapolis. But I'm not going to float a check for some forestry coordinators at the expense of services for youth. So I think every one of us sees the value in those positions. We're also presented with what is now a false argument of scarcity in the city of Minneapolis. The city of Minneapolis is enjoying the largest increase to the general fund in more than a decade. And the Minneapolis Park Board is now pitting trees against kids because we've been held at current service level. And I know what side of that argument I'm going to come down on. If we are stuck at current service level, I'm going to support the investments in our youth. There were also some other misleading and confusing statements just around our capacity. And Superintendent Bangora, I'm going back to the multiple budget retreats that we've had this year. Staff and commissioners engaged in numerous conversations where we talked about our priorities for investment and our capacity to do that. Staff came forward with a list of $1.2 million, which we were told that if that is funded, we would have the capacity to do a very good job in every one of those things. So if the board finds that $1.2 million, months ago I was told that we could do 4 ideation centers well. And I'm assuming that's still the case if the board provides funding for 4 ideation centers. I was told that we could invest $750,000 in youth programming well. And I'm assuming that's still the case. Superintendent.
President Bourne, Commissioners, yes. I mean, the commitment to the Youth Party 2 initiative that we brought forward, the expectation was that almost $3 million, that we would provide those initiatives that the board has recommended or the board was pushing for, so yes.
Okay. So from that priority 2, if we funded every dollar in that priority 2, we would be executing those and doing a phenomenal job on those this year.
President Board, Commissioners, yes, we would.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. Some of my other comments just kind of around the false scarcity and prioritization is, we have a lot of comments that everybody supports everything. Like nobody wants to see a tree forestry coordinator not be funded. It's important work. Nobody wants to see youth employment positions contract. Nobody wants to see police officers contract. Everything we do is important. What we do start to prioritize around is we do have a lot of conversations around it's important if somebody else pays for it. Maybe let's put it on our legislative agenda. Maybe let's hire a grant writer. I'm certainly willing to entertain that, but I think to Commissioner Severson's point, I think some of us have differences of opinion on what's important as long as somebody else pays for it. Commissioner Forney, if you want to add on to our legislative agenda to go get money from the legislature to get those 3 forestry coordinator positions, I'll vote for it today. But in the meantime, when I'm making these choices between the youth of Minneapolis and quality out of school time opportunities, which are our responsibility, I'm going to come down on that side every single time. If we had a united board that was seeking the additional resources that we needed for our youth, I don't think we'd be having these conversations around scarcity right now. So I'm going to be proposing a series of amendments at our next meeting that get us as close to that $1.2 million as possible, which is something that this board had voted on and something that this board has supported. There's a couple of high-profile things that I'd speak to. I had a very enlightening conversation with the chief. I had posed a question that I had always asked about the necessity of the width of our command structure. I think I still have some of those questions, but I think it would be debilitating to our force to implement a change in our command structure in this year. And I think that from the list that staff had worked out and the intelligent questions that all of us have provided, I think that there's a way to close this gap on the youth investment. I see $1 million here pretty easy with some pretty minimal impacts, and so I'll be bringing those forward at our next session. I hope that my colleagues would support those. So that being said, I will move to recess the regular board meetings, move on to committees.
Where we're at in committees. So, I think I'm up.
I think that's right.
Okay, because we got a little out of order. So on behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, time being 8:55 p.m., could the Secretary please call the roll?
Commissioner Severson.
Present.
Commissioner Kogia.
Present.
Commissioner Meyer.
Present.
Vice Chair French.
Here.
Chair Music.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. This time I would entertain a motion to approve our agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying... Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Meyer, you had a question or comment?
I'm really looking forward to the study item on public art program, seeing as it's already almost 9 p.m. I'm wondering if this is one that we could postpone to a future date. And I'm not on the admin committee, but I was going to say the same about the naming study report. So I would propose to, I guess I want to know if there's anything time sensitive about this one first.
I don't know that there's anything time sensitive, but considering that we've had a staff person that's stayed here since 5 p.m. to speak to us on this topic, and I don't anticipate it being very long,
Okay.
I think it behooves us to hear what they have to say.
Point of clarification, was that a motion or was that a motion or was that?
I wanted
It's a
to ask the
question.
question first if there was anything time sensitive, and if that's the case for staff, I mean, we're going to go past.
Is this a motion, point of clarification?
I have not made a motion.
Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those against, abstentions, that motion carries. I would like to note, before we move into our study and report items, that on the full board agenda, the 2018 Carbon Footprint Analysis Report is available under Petitions and Communications. Our first study report item this evening is Stormwater Services Agreement Overview, of which we've had many questions this evening, so I'm sure everyone is thrilled to hear from you, ladies. Thank you, Ms. Pilger and Ms. Crabb, for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Mesich. I just wanted to take a minute to introduce our staff member, Rachel Crabb. She is our Water Resources Supervisor, and I know some of you know Rachel, but I know we aren't in front of the board as often as we were many years ago, so I wanted to take a minute, and I just want to say she's just been an outstanding employee. I think she's a great asset to this organization and the citizens of Minneapolis, and if the citizens or you guys have questions on our lake program, our stormwater program, our beach or Weber program, she is really the go-to person. So thank you for waiting to listen to our presentation, and she's going to talk, like we've said, about the Stormwater Services Agreement, and hopefully that'll help everybody understand what it is, how it came about, and what it entails. Thanks. Hold on just a second. Sometimes
What are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, right now.
Good evening, Chair Musich and Commissioners. I'm here to talk to you tonight about the Stormwater Services Agreement between the MPRB and the City of Minneapolis Public Works. Stormwater regulation and monitoring are both really complex topics, and I'm here just to give an overview of the agreement that provides a significant portion of funding for MPRB's water monitoring and education activities. So the background of the agreement is regulation. The US EPA has created rules based on the Clean Water Act, and in Minnesota, the Pollution Control Agency administers these rules as something called the NPDES MS4 permit. I hope that that's the only acronym that I need to give to you tonight, but I thought it was important because that's the actual name of the permit. MPRB is part of this permit because we own part of the storm sewer system. The permit promotes water quality improvement by regulating non-point source pollution like stormwater runoff. When it rains, water flows off of hard surface into over 25,000 storm sewer inlets and into a network of 500 miles of pipes beneath our city. These pipes carry stormwater to our lakes, creeks, and the river. It's also important to note that the storm sewer system is separate from the sanitary sewer system. So when you do the dishes, take a shower, or run a faucet into a sink, that water goes into a completely separate set of pipes that carries water to St. Paul to be treated at the sewage treatment plant. The storm sewer system that we're talking about tonight keeps our city and parks from flooding, but it also brings in pollution that stormwater picks up as it runs across the ground and hard surface to our water bodies. Much of the MPRB system is completely dependent on the city system. Think of parks internal to the city. Other portions, like the highlighted portion near the Lake Harriet bandshell, are separate from the city system completely. They only drain land owned by MPRB directly to adjacent water bodies. To comply with the requirements of this large federal permit, MPRB and the City of Minneapolis follow a plan set forth in the Stormwater Management Program. July 2019 was the city's latest update to the management program. The bold points are the areas where both MPRB and Minneapolis had responsibilities. There are lots of different ways that MPRB and the city coordinate to meet these requirements, and the stormwater agreement is one way that we work together. In general, the city is responsible for the storm drain system. MPRB is the lead on lake and shoreline management, but MPRB also has responsibility for the pipes that carry solely MPRB runoff. These are pipes that we own on our own land. The stormwater agreement, then, is how we coordinate on capital projects, education, monitoring, and a few other activities. The primary goal of the permit and the program is to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of water through management and treatment of urban stormwater. The goal of the agreement is for MPRB and Minneapolis to use our organizational strengths to meet the goals and requirements of the permit. Minneapolis has funded these activities since the late 1990s. When the monitoring program started, it was administered through an annual reimbursement for direct expenses. It was a staff level billing, and that level was about $50,000 to $75,000 annually. In 2010, the board and the city council directed their staffs to come to an agreement on stormwater monitoring and education. And that became the foundation for the current Stormwater Services Agreement, which takes our real costs into consideration. 2011 was the first formal year that we operated under the new agreement. And at present, Public Works and MPRB staff create an annual work plan for the agreement that covers 3 broad categories. First category is stormwater monitoring. MPRB is reimbursed for expenses directly relating to the monitoring of green and gray infrastructure in MPRB and in Minneapolis. These are ponds, flood vaults, infiltration basins. It could be different practices depending on the year, depending on what was built, and depending on Minneapolis interests. This lets us know what works and what does not work in our park system in the city and what maintenance challenges are. It allows the city to spend money on things that work. Creeks are also natural features, but it's important to remember that they're also the storm sewer outlets for over a dozen upstream communities, so any creek monitoring is covered under this stormwater monitoring portion of the agreement. MPRB is reimbursed at 75% for lake monitoring. Gathering this knowledge allows us to separate what is natural fluctuation from what, for example, is an improvement due to a project. We can show improvement for lakes with impairments and prove that water bodies that are better than standards aren't backsliding to poor water quality. The third part of the agreement is stormwater education and the green team. On the left, you can see the 2018 water quality education sites. These are sites where MPRB naturalist staffers spread out through the city to educate citizens and give them knowledge on the stormwater system so they understand how it works. The Green Team, as you can see on the right, is a program that gives young teens a summer job, but they also gain education about stormwater, the environment, and career and education opportunities. Certain other agreed-upon education projects are also reimbursed, like a grant match for some exhibits at North Mississippi. In the last 5 years, the reimbursement, it varies annually, but it's between about $500,000 and $600,000. In 2020, the amount may be going up depending if the board decides to fund the budget package with the new water quality position. That position will be funded in this agreement, and work that that person does can then be billed to the agreement. So where does all this money come from? The stormwater permit and the maintenance funding for the storm sewer system is paid for by the Minneapolis stormwater utility fee. All properties in Minneapolis are benefited by the storm sewer system and therefore must pay a portion of keeping the system running. This is a user fee that all properties that benefit must pay, including MPRB. The fee is based on how much runoff a property generates, and MPRB is also eligible for certain credits for different management practices that we do on our land, as are other properties that are eligible for the same type of credit. Over the last approximately 5 years, the stormwater utility fee has been between $300,000 and $400,000 per year. And to compare the two, our program receives about $150,000 more in reimbursement than the park board pays through the stormwater utility fee. So tonight we only had time to very briefly touch on some complex subjects, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have or may need more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any questions? Commissioner Meyer.
So this is something that other commissioners have brought up pretty frequently, that there might be more opportunity to be charging more for this. Is there a lot more room to be charging more for the runoff that comes into our properties?
So the agreement is for reimbursement for services, so we could negotiate with the city to come up with capital projects that we would want to do that benefit the park system and are aligned with the purposes of the stormwater utility fee. Part of the problem is staff capacity.
For us?
May I ask a clarifying question in relation to that? One of the positions that's in the budget is a person that helps with the creation of lake management plans and focusing on improving water quality. Would that position be where we would have an opportunity to identify capital projects that we could ask as part of our agreement to receive additional reimbursement?
With a new person, we'd be able to rebalance our workloads, and then that's absolutely the intention, that we'd be able to do more project-based.
Okay, fantastic. So yes, we should be looking at making sure that position happens so that we can improve water quality and get more money out of the city for projects that enhance it. Thank you. Commissioner French.
I just want to know if I know we have a kind of a unique governing structure here in Minneapolis. Is there anything similar anywhere else in the country where there's basically two different municipalities that have direction on where the stormwater waste goes? Like, where two different groups have to try to figure it out. Does that exist anywhere else in the country?
Well, stormwater is managed on a watershed basis, so it's not just Minneapolis and the park board that are
Well-
managing water, that are responsible for water quality in our park system. For example, we have runoff from multiple cities that come down the creeks and impact the Minneapolis system.
I guess the question I'm trying to ask is there an example of somewhere else in the country, like Minneapolis and the city of Minneapolis and the park board of Minneapolis? And if it is, what are they doing as far as best practices? And you may not know the answer to that, it's okay.
They're doing what we're doing.
That things have some nuance to add.
I'm thinking about, so the city right now is actually looking at its stormwater utility ordinance, and part of that review is to benchmark themselves against other cities in the country. And there are about 7 cities that they've been benchmarking with. I think Seattle, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Charlotte. There are several, and we've heard they have a consultant leading that project, and they have consultants involved in the project. And what we've heard from them is our structure is unique. Our governance structure is unique, and it's very difficult for them to find a similar situation with the park system not being incorporated as part of the city.
Okay, you answered my question, thank you.
Did you have additional questions?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Rachel, this is really, really helpful. I mean, I'm digesting, I guess is probably the best thing. I was not aware of all of the, which we say, cooperation that was happening. I guess I want to, like I say, digest, a lot more of this. So I think the last part you were saying is that there's more shared service, conversations that are happening. So just a question, I mean, that I've been concerned about the Northwest athletic field. Now, my understanding is that the our infrastructure is failed in that area. Okay, so as far as wanting to address that and everything, that's not something we would be then dealing directly with the city, correct?
No.
Correct.
Okay. And that's, to understand that there's a we, they, but then there's also a together, I think is what has been difficult for us to all get our heads around of, what distinguishes, where and everything. And the earlier comments that I think that Deb, indicated was about the fact that, as far as what we take in on like the golf courses, stuff like that, the fact that we do have 2, whatever, excuse me, and that they are being addressed, I think is partially addressed, but at least it's in the queue, shall we say, is very helpful for me to know. And like I say, I'll digest more, but I look forward to hearing what the conversations are going to continue to be, with the city, because it does seem like there is, I don't know if it's a matter of my understanding or what, but there seems like there is a bit of an imbalance still. But I appreciate knowing that there is something collaboratively that is occurring there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Not seeing any further questions from my colleagues. I have a couple of. Commissioner Bourne made a good point about the fact that we have not been paid for the services that we are providing to the city in terms of the tree preservation coordinator. So I would like us to ask if they will include the full amount that we are owed for services rendered as part of our 2020 agreement with them. My math was 5 years, but if it's really only 4, then let's ask for 4. But if it's 5, let's ask for 5. Okay, thank you, 5. So if we could ask for the $50,000 that they promised us for the past 5 years, plus our 2020 amount, I would like to see that happen. If there's pushback, it'd be helpful for me to know which city council committee is responsible for approving those agreements. So if you could provide me with that information as well, I'd appreciate it. The next question I have, you may not have an answer to, but you might have to come back to me. When there is damage to the stormwater pipe system, not on park property, that's not stuff that we own, does the stormwater fee fund pay for those repairs?
Yes, and it would also pay for stormwater pipes on the park board land to be damaged if they were pipes that were carrying city water or water that was joint park board and city.
Okay, so understanding that, is damage then incurred by park infrastructure due to high levels of influx that we are not prepared to take on? Things that we can ask for reimbursement to address. For example, we have failing trail sections, we have sinkholes opening up, we've got trails that are underwater for almost the entirety of the year. Can we be requesting that the capital projects required to repair or replace those components of infrastructure be paid for out of the stormwater fee account, as the city would do if part of their infrastructure failed as a result of stormwater failures?
If, for example, if a pipe failed that was underneath the path and the path was damaged, when the city would repair the pipe, they would repair the path at the same time. So that would be pretty clear. Situations beyond that, I think we'd have to dig into the details of the stormwater ordinance, because the stormwater utility fee can only be used for very specific things.
Okay.
In general, with very high water that we've been experiencing, there's been a lot of damage to the city system and to our property.
Okay. So could we ask them, as part of their stormwater ordinance review and rewrite, if they can consider helping us to repair the damages that are being wrought all throughout the system by abnormally high water levels that are being conveyed into the system by the city's water? Because right now we don't have the money to make those repairs. And every other avenue I've tried has failed. So if we could ask about that, I would really appreciate that as well. Did we have more response to that?
I just want to say that, and you're very well aware, Commissioner Research, that groundwater levels are also very high.
Yes, they
in
are.
areas of the city, which can be detrimental to the infrastructure, which is not a direct relationship to the stormwater runoff, which is related to the precipitation. So some of those can be a little bit of tricky lines to convey, but
yeah. Well, I mean, trails that are falling into lakes, that's not necessarily groundwater. It seems pretty clear that we can tie that to erosion issues caused by higher water levels eroding the shoreline and causing that trail to collapse, right? So that's really more what I'm looking for.
Yeah, it seems like we're talking about expanding what the scope of the stormwater services agreement is, which has traditionally been the monitoring and education pieces. So, and then I think if we're going to look at that, we should also start looking at multi-year agreements so we can have some stability in funding and predictability.
Okay, that sounds great to me. So let me know if you need more information or guidance from my committee to proceed with those conversations. That's all you haven't. Commissioner Forney has one last question, and then we'll move on to my next study report item. Please keep your comments concise.
Thank you. You did touch on the thing that to me has been a huge concern, and that is, yes, we've had a high degree of precipitation, but is this, evidence of climate change?
Yes.
And therefore, are we addressing a long-range evolution of capacity? And so in the ordinance review, I would hope that that's something that could be addressed. I don't know, what the projections are, but I would hope that that is something that
annually
all entities are looking at. It is going to increase. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to our next item, which is the study item of public art programs in the parks. Welcome, Ms. Odell. Thank you so much for sticking with us.
Chair Musich and Commissioners. So usually I see you at the Planning Committee, and Assistant Superintendent for Environmental Stewardship, Jeremy Barrick, asked me to present this. So that's why I'm here today. So let's talk about public art. So Minneapolis has a really vibrant art scene, which you probably know. Emerging artists, established artists, and the creative economy contributes greatly to the livability of this city. And public art in parks is a big part of that, publicly accessible to all. So the oldest piece of artwork that we have was dedicated in 1897, which is Ole Bull sculpture in Loring Park. So we've been involved in the public art business for quite a while. We currently have 70 works of art, of public art, on park land. That's about a quarter of all the public art that's in this city. Of those 70 works, about half of them are owned by us and half are owned by others, primarily the city, but also some neighborhood organizations and other entities. And if you haven't yet had a chance to check out the webpage, it's under Parks and Destinations on our website. That'll tell you a little bit more about it. So this overview today includes all the permanent artwork we have outside, which I'll talk more about what some of these types are. But it doesn't include anything that you see on this screen now. The Minneapolis Sculpture Garden, because that artwork is all managed by the Walker Art Center. The Minneapolis Institute of Art has some pieces outside that is managed by Minneapolis Institute. And the public memorial bench and tree plaques or paver bricks, which people donate to have their loved one's name on, that's managed by customer service. So that is not included in this review. So what exactly are we talking about? Here's some examples of the public art that is in our parks now. We have a number of sculptures, including the recent purple raindrop. Hello? Purple raindrop sculpture at Farview Park. The Accord musical sculpture in Van Cleve. The Listening Vessel sculpture at Lake Hiawatha. We also have historic artworks. That includes the Finnish American Monument in Theodore Wirth Regional Park, Ole Bull, which I had mentioned earlier, in Loring Park, the Longfellow statue in Longfellow Gardens. We have a number of mosaics and murals. The mosaics of the Four Seasons at Bryant Square Park are pretty fantastic, and the sports-themed mural at Todd Park, which was installed recently, are good examples of that. We have a number of fountains as well. The Gateway Fountain and Memorial Flagpole, don't forget the flagpole, downtown in Gateway Park is one example. The Heffelfinger Fountain, which is just lovely at Lindell Park Rose Garden, another good example. Memorials and plaques. So when I say this, I'm not talking about those small paver bricks. These are the larger, oftentimes bronze on a boulder plaques. There are numerous plaques, for example, honoring military veterans at Victory Memorial Parkway. This also includes the 35W Bridge Remembrance Garden, which is on the Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park. We also have Community Gateways, which is a city program, city-funded program. Some examples of this are the Tea House at Powderhorn Park and the ever-popular Cottontail on the Trail bunny sculpture at Minnehaha Parkway, which regularly has to have a conservator work on the patina because so many children crawl on that on a regular basis. It gets worn down. And then more recently, we've had artwork incorporated into infrastructure. So an example of that would be the Justice Bench, which is in Cottage Park, or the stained glass window at Loring Park, or the Innovation Backstop at Jackson Square. Another more recent turn of public art in our parks are plazas and gathering spaces. This would include the beloved community benches and the walking path at the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Park, and also a project that you viewed more recently, which is the Cloudman Memorial Gathering Space at Bidet-McCosker Park. So that one in particular was a collaborative work with the city, and I really want to thank Mary Altman, Public Art Administrator for the city, for all of the great cooperative work they do with us on public art. There are a number of planned artworks in progress. You see there's about 5 of them here that are brought forward by neighborhood organizations. or other organizations, and 2 of them, Waterworks and Curry Park, which have received funds through the Art in Public Places program through the city. So as we look, that's all existing artwork that we have, those 70 pieces on public park land. When we look at new public art in parks, we do have a process for bringing new public art in. And really, new public art now, we are more of a gallery. We host public art, which is owned and maintained by others, so that it's less of a burden on our system. And I think you've seen the process at work where we run it through the community, internal staff, and past the board. If you'd like to take a look at the full collection that we have partnered in the last year with the city of Minneapolis to create these online tours. You can go to this map, select a part of the city, and it'll give you the biking, driving, walking potential distance for you to go and visit all of these artworks in the area, and it'll give you photographs and background on each of those pieces of artwork. There's a few pieces we still have to include in there, but we're working on finishing that. Let's talk a little bit about the maintenance of the artwork we do have. So of that 30-some pieces that we do own, most of them are historic artwork, so they're 50 years old or older. They're usually bronze, steel, stone. They're pretty durable, but having been out in the elements for so long, they do require some specialized care. So of the half of the artwork in our system that's owned by the city, they maintain that. But the half that's owned by us, we don't currently have a specific budget or a long-term maintenance plan for that entire collection. So when something happens to it, we oftentimes are paying for graffiti removal, for example, out of the Asset Management General Fund, or we're scrambling to try to figure out where to find the money to do that. And things such as cleaning, repair, long-term conservation, those are rare, and really only we're doing that on a crisis basis. So if you look at this matrix, that first line item in white, emergency graffiti removal and simple repairs, we have worked with a conservator to train some of our staff to do that, or we hire a conservator to do it. We don't currently have the capacity internally to maintain public art, and really, having talked to conservator, most public art should be maintained by one. If you think about the Freedom Form sculpture at MLK Park, it's a type of steel that has patinaed over time, and it's developed this lovely, lush, velvety sort of deep brown coating on it. And if someone puts graffiti on that, you can't just take a pressure washer to it. You'll wipe that entire surface off, and you'll do worse damage. So it's really imperative that we work with a conservator on some of those pieces. So when Assistant Superintendent Barrick asked me to do this presentation, it was a little ahead of when I wanted to bring a whole bunch of great ideas about public art before you. So this is part one. Part two, I'll come back in the spring, and I'll talk a little bit about the future of public art and what some ideas might be. But this is just an initial brainstorm. We really want to finalize our inventory because it's been mostly paper, and now I'm trying to get it electronic and online. I'd like to have a full collection assessment, which we may have to hire someone to do. Maintenance plans for all the work, and some sort of funding source for conservation. And then thinking about future art in the parks, tweaking our process, looking at partnerships with some fabulous organizations in the city like Juxta. Perhaps there's something for new art and new artists we could collaborate on. Diversifying our art collection, thinking about signage for some of our older historic works, and possibly having an artist in residence. So there you go.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Do I have any questions? Commissioner Cogill.
Thank you, Chair Musich. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm very interested and excited about this, and thinking big about the future of how we diversify and expand the art in our parks, and get the community involved in having a real tangible imprint on especially our neighborhood parks so that they are iconic and unique. I think a great example is in Commissioner Severson's district with the purple teardrop that's brand new. It is iconic. It is really cool. Another example is, I think, also over north, some of the backboards on some of the basketball hoops are painted. I would love to see that everywhere. So I guess my first question along those lines of getting new work, in evaluating our current process, are there any potential ways to make it easier for new artwork to come to be in the park? Are there any hurdles or bureaucratic steps that could be removed? Do you have any thoughts about how that can become more efficient?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Cogill, TBD Part 2 this spring. I'll bring some ideas to you, but yes, I agree that it can be cumbersome, and especially for emerging artists, and I don't want that to be the case. It would be great to have that more accessible.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be fantastic. I think that the more accessible we can make it, especially to younger voices, collaborative pieces of art, the better. And on the issue of maintaining older pieces of art, I have been contacted by folks who are interested in maintaining or upkeeping certain statues, like the George Washington statue. I'm not sure that at this point I'm convinced that it would be the role of the park board to put forward additional dollars to maintain those. I would see those being maybe coming up with a structure that's more like a Friends of whatever statue, or a Friends of the park that would keep up that statue. So I guess those are my initial thoughts there. But I'm just very excited by the fact that this is being thought about right now, and we're thinking about our inventory and also how we can keep up art in the future. I think that certainly there's a museum quality to art where you want to keep up and maintain the things that you've had in the past, but there's also something really valuable about thinking about art as the imprint of the people that are here now, and thinking about the future and what are the voices that are in our city today that can make for 10 or 20 years an iconic imprint on their community. And I would encourage us to be future thinking as at least as much as we are thinking about preserving the past.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer?
Thank you. The day before she died, Representative Loeffler was lobbying me to put more artwork on St. Anthony Parkway. So I met with Director Arvidsson about different ways that we could do that. He encouraged me to take the public art tour, which I did. That was great. Seemed like there was a notable absence in Southeast of much art. So maybe we could put something there. Question I had was about how the legacy funds work. Is that the reason why half of the art is owned by the city? Is because the city is the one applying for it, and can we apply for legacy funds from that 3/8 of a cent sales tax?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Meyer, those are excellent questions, and I believe that we can. We haven't recently applied for those funds, but I think we should be looking into that as part of this assessment of helping us cover some of the costs. What was the first part of your question? It was...
I was just curious if that was one of the reasons why so much of our art is owned by the city.
The reason we own half of it is mostly donations from 50-plus years ago. The reason the city owns half of it is they have a % for art, and they are applying that towards art and have identified that folks want to see art in the parks, and so we collaborate on placing it there as a sort of an outdoor gallery. They own and maintain it, we're hosting it.
Oh, so the city's doing it. So where do the legacy funds that are committed to art go in Minneapolis?
I don't have the details on that.
I don't think
Part
we get
2.
any.
I'll bring that back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Forney?
Thank you. I'm not in this committee, but I love the report, Colleen. This is marvelous. This is probably all part of Part 2, but being that this is online, maybe this is the project for the ideation labs, how to make it into a narrative, how to make it into a bike tour, a walking tour. I mean, I've gone to numerous communities where they have wonderful paper, and as well as, what do you call it, online, whatever that you can utilize. Anyway, I would hope that could be in your Part 2. Do you know if the city has anything like that? Do you know if they have any?
Well, the online tours was that was a partnership between the city and
Was it?
us. And so that's all Minneapolis public art, both
Okay.
ours and the city's.
It is, and do you know if it's a narrative as well?
It's that slide that I showed before, so there is a paragraph on each piece.
Okay,
I
but
sent
not
you
a
a link.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Very exciting. Lots to be proud of.
Okay, I don't see any additional questions, so I have a couple. Primarily, I was hoping that by covering this in the committee, that my colleagues would be more aware of the challenges facing our organization in terms of caring for and maintaining our existing pieces within the system, both new and old. Right now, many of our pieces are in extreme disrepair, and folks that care about public art are mortified by the fact that we're not doing anything to maintain these assets in the system. So I love the idea of trying to get legacy funding to preserve and maintain what we do have. That's super clever. Thank you for bringing that up. I'm so glad we covered this in the committee so we could have an idea like that. The other thing I'm wondering if we've ever explored or if we could have this conversation or if there's support amongst my colleagues for it is talking to the Art Institute about potentially taking ownership of our outdoor sculptural pieces that we do not have the capacity nor funds to maintain as part of their collection. So we would still host them on park property, but their maintenance and upkeep would be then the responsibility of the foremost art institution in our state. So does anyone have any thoughts on that idea and whether or not it would behoove us to at least ask if that's something that our partner would be willing to take on? I'm seeing a couple nodding heads, so I think it merits some exploration at least. So if as part of part 2, you could come back to us with whether or not something like that might be a viable idea as well to at least help us with part of our quandary. And I don't see any additional questions or comments, so thank you so much for staying with us this evening, and we look forward to hearing from you next spring. And I will now entertain a motion to adjourn the Operations and Environment Committee. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Objections, abstentions, that motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you.
The time being 9:37, I would like to call to order the Administration and Finance Committee. Will the Secretary please take the roll?
Chair Vita, before you take the roll, just a note to the Secretary, I'm going to be appointing myself in Vice President Hassan's place for this evening.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner French. Commissioner Severson.
Present.
President Bourne.
Here.
Vice Chair Cogill. Chair Vita.
Present.
You have a quorum.
I would ask for a motion for approval of the agenda.
I would move the agenda with the following revisions. I would move the agenda striking study report items 5.1 and 5.2 from the agenda.
Okay, no problem. All those in favor of removal of 5.1 and 5.2, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions, they're removed. I would ask for a motion for approval of the minutes.
So moved.
All those in favor of approval of the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? And we have several action items.
Resolution 2019-361, a resolution approving the use of $1,250,000, from the Internal Service Fund Mobile Equipment Reserve and to increase the 2019 Asset Management Department Equipment Services budget from $6,089,125 to $7,339,125.
Any discussion? Commissioner Meyer?
So this is the resolution that I requested be postponed from the previous meeting. I just received at the beginning of this meeting a full list of the vehicles that were part of this resolution. In a question about the budget, there was an answer that included a list of vehicles, and I thought that was what this was. So this is actually new that I've just been able to receive. So I also was confused about the timeline of when the budget was going to happen because our website didn't include the meeting at the city on the 11th. So my intent in postponing this was for these expenditures to be considered in the budget. You know, these are potential things that, you know, vehicles can be often delayed by a year without tremendous consequence. So if it passes through committee now, then it'll be on December 4th that it'll go to the full board. If people want to revise that, they would need to do that at the December 4th meeting. But you know, that's something that I think should be on the table to consider. Something else I just wanted to mention is that California just last week announced that they were not going to make any purchases from any of the companies that are actively opposing the vehicle mileage standards. And I was happy to see that most of the purchases that we're making are from companies that are actively supporting those mileage standards. The vast majority of them are from Ford, which has been supportive. There were a couple that are from different companies, and one thing I wanted to find out from staff is if those vehicles are easily tradable from other companies. Maybe that's something where we could show solidarity with California on that. But that's a question I can ask later, so that was all I had.
Was that a question?
No. If you know offhand, you can take a stab at it.
Yeah, well, no, we do have a presentation for you tonight.
Oh, you got a presentation?
For 1.2. Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys.
This is good. This is good. I'm learning so much tonight. Just learning so much.
He's excited. He's been
Very good. So, Chair Vita, Commissioners, as Commissioner Meyer mentioned, this was on a previous agenda of ours and got pushed back again for further explanation in regards to how we are going to hopefully transfer that money from our reserve fund back into our equipment fund to continue making purchases from the 17 and 18 season that we are behind on. So resolution 361, this is the resolution approving $1.25 million to be moved back into the equipment fund that was moved into the reserve fund. So yearly, the NPRB Finance Department meets with our equipment managers. We talk more about the equipment replacement schedule, and we determine if there are additional equipment needs, and then we also look at the overall impact that the purchasing of these vehicles or the replenishment of these vehicles takes on our budget, and then that budget is set forth for you. Please don't be confused. This is not about the 2020 budget. This is about previous dollars from previous years. So this really has nothing to do with the budget we're talking about on December 4th. So a little more background. 2017, the state of Minnesota put a hold on all vehicle purchasing contracts. It was revealed that a contractor was overcharging for purchases and put a hold on all of the purchases. Then in 2018, there was another contract that was put out. Unfortunately, this was contract was obtained by the same dealer that was double charging for a lot of the vehicles, and so once again, it was wiped clean. We have to start over. The second purchase was bid created in 2018, when it was awarded later that year. Unfortunately, as you move further and further back in the year, manufacturer only makes so many vehicles. So by the time that we were able to start making purchases on the vehicles that we needed were not available to us. So the funding from 17, since we were not able to purchase vehicles in 17, got put into reserve. Once again, once dollars were still available to us in 2018, we were not able to purchase vehicles because it was too late in the season, was again put into reserve. Now this is money that we had already asked from the board and was given permission to use for vehicle purchases. So it's previously already thought over and given to us to use for vehicle purchases, but it's put aside. And then in 2017-18, all those funds were rolled over in the reserve fund. As you can see here, kind of it tells the story of the dollars that basically got rolled over and what the creation of that reserve fund, or how that surplus, the reserve, became. During that time, obviously a lot of our staff, trades, environmental, forestry, had to use vehicles that were not sufficient, not eco-friendly, dangerous at times. As you guys can tell, budget is a tricky thing, right? And so every year we have to really decide, hey, is there some piece of equipment that we can extend for an additional period of time, or do we have to get a new one right now? In 17, we had already stretched out a number of pieces of our equipment, and so we were really in dire need of getting equipment back to the people to perform the maintenance in our parks and make sure that they're getting out and getting things done. This is an example of some of the vehicles that we were dealing with during that time. The lower left-hand corner is our flatbed truck. That's a flatbed truck that we use to do a variety of services, from hauling hockey boards to helping set up for our events, to hauling large debris from our parks. There's also a picture of a trades van in the lower right-hand corner. Say that this impacts employee morale is one thing. Another thing is just, it's a poor look for us as a park board to be driving around these vehicles. And there's also a danger aspect to some of this stuff too, not only for our staff, but for our community, right? And so we were under the gun. We had staff, I won't say they were screaming, yelling, but they were not asking, they were asking very impatiently for new vehicles. We need new things to do our jobs. We need the tools to do our jobs. And so what we were able to provide for them are some of these new vehicles. Here's what you see. Upper right hand, that is the new flatbed truck that we have, and we use several hockey boards. The lower right hand is one of our trades vehicles, trade vans that typically an electrician or a plumber would use. Well, then a forestry truck. And then you can see we're starting to transition into more eco-friendly vehicles too. Dale has some more information on Ford. As you mentioned, Chris, Ford is one of the partners that's coming out with electric vehicles, and we're looking at that as much as possible. But in the upper left-hand corner, instead of one of our forestry managers driving around a truck, this is a hybrid vehicle that allows obviously a much more efficient use of fuel and resources versus driving a large truck around. So this is what we're purchasing right here. In closing, once again, all these funds that we're asking to be moved from the equipment fund, reserve fund, have been previously approved by the board. 2017 obviously were very challenging years for NPRB. We fell behind our replacement schedule due to the state's purchasing contracts, thus creating a large equipment fund reserve. You guys can see on the handouts that you have, Dale can explain it more, but it shows when vehicles were supposed to be replaced. You can see that a lot of those vehicles were already stretched out quite immensely, 3 to 5 years past their life, basically. And so to add on a couple more years is really difficult. Again, we'll continue to look for environmentally friendly options, looking into charging stations for next season, 2020-21, I believe. But then, at the end of the day, we're looking for that 1.25 in the back from the reserves for 2017-18 purchase that we couldn't make back into general equipment fund, reserve back to us so we can continue making those purchases and payments for our vehicles. Dale's got a couple pieces for you as well.
Chair Vita, Commissioners. So yeah, I believe you all got the handout with the replacement schedule 2019. So as you can see, the replacement year was the original replacement year for those vehicles. So if you take the first one example, the replacement year was 2012, had a life expectancy of 8 years. So in 2012, it was already 8 years old. And now we're in 2019, buying that vehicle, was scheduled to be replaced in 2012. Now, we may have made the decision to run it longer, maybe had low miles, was good condition, so on, but ultimately, we were looking to replace that 2017, which added 5 more years onto that, so ultimately that vehicle is 13 years old. So that's how I basically just wanted to explain how that replacement year works. So that vehicle was, for instance, if it was 10-year life expectancy in 2013, in 2013 it was 10 years old, and we're just now buying it in 2019. We're adding 6 more years onto the life of that. So, a little more to go into what Brent was saying. I believe Commissioner Forney, her question 8 on your recent questions, asked what a lot of this meant. I did attach a couple links in regards to the investigations that went on in 2017, and another link of the person involved and the fraud charges they were charged with and so on. So if you wish to explore that any further, those links are available there for you on that sheet. Other than that, questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Severson?
Thank you. Chair Vita, I appreciate you folks coming out tonight, and we've had a lot of conversation about forestry and how important it is to fund these positions, but I want to make sure we fund them and keep them alive. When their brake lines are no longer holding, or there's holes in the floors, or we have blown out engines, let's make sure we're supportive of our workforce and that we're giving them excellent vehicles to do the job that they need to do. And Commissioner Myers, I am all behind you and extremely supportive of trying to figure out a better way with this. And I don't have an extreme amount of understanding and education in this area, but the technology appears just not to be here, at least from what our expertise are telling us in front of us. And I'm not one of the gung-ho buyers who's ready to go buy up them vehicles just yet anyways. I want to wait a couple years to make sure there's not major problems with them. So I would encourage you to support this, and let's make sure that our staff has vehicles that are adequate and that they can do a wonderful job to keep our parks maintained.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer? President Bourne.
Thank you, Commissioner Vita. I think I understood what you said on the longer sheet. The first column that says replacement year, that's not the model of the vehicle. That's not the year of the vehicle. That's the first year that we intended to replace it?
That would be the 8-year mark when it was due. 2012 is the year was planned for replacement, or would have been the 8-year life expectancy was in 2012. For whatever reason, it got pushed forward. It was before my time. So I can't tell the story on every one of these vehicles. I know there were some that were swapped around from divisions, or as we've grown, maybe needed extra vehicle in an area that still had good life. So for whatever reason, it was decided to keep it till 2017 when it would be replaced. So in 2012, it was 8 years old. 2017, you had another 5 on there, so now it's 13 years old.
So thank you for indulging me and asking one more stupid question just to make sure I get it. So the first line, this half-ton pickup replacement year 2012 life expectancy 8, so that's roughly like a 2004, 2005 truck, right? Okay.
Correct. Yep.
So to Commissioner Meyer's point at the beginning of the evening, we already have delayed the replacement of some of these quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, I would also encourage wherever we can to look for alternatives. I'm appreciative of the forestry hybrid, but I just don't know if there's a cost-effective or realistic replacement for like an F-750 at this point. And that's, hopefully someday there will be. But thank you for preparing this, and so you never know the items that we want to dig into the weeds on. So thank you for preparing this, and I'm fully supportive of this.
If I could add one other thing, there was another handout that you got that said just 2019 what our planned purchases or the vehicles that are ordered to purchase that equal the 1.25 total that we're looking for
and
by that backlog.
I do remember what you said at the last meeting, and just to confirm, like some of these on this sheet we actually already own?
I would say 90% of them we have received. There's maybe, there's 10% that are in the works that are coming in because our vehicles are getting so bad.
So
direction from the former director of asset management was to get this up to date, and she would take care of this presentation. Well, of course, she's not here. Here we are asking for the money. So.
Phenomenal work, and let's pay for the stuff that we are driving around. So thank you.
Commissioner Meyer.
So I did get confused about that. So these are things that we've already purchased, already using them.
They're ordered or in the works, yes.
Sorry, I did get very confused about that. I apologize for that. I do think, as to what issues we want to get into the weeds for, I'm very reliably going to want to get into the weeds on vehicle purchases. But yeah, I guess I misinterpreted the answers from the last meeting, so didn't realize that they were already purchased.
And more to your point, Commissioner Meyer, is with 2020 to me is the real year on the breakout of the EVs. The pickup is our vehicle, our work vehicle here. Ford's coming out with an affordable EV this year and a hybrid in a pickup. There's some other, Tesla and I can't think of the R brand, but Rivian or something like that is supposed to be coming out one of those too. I don't know what these price points are, but once we see the state contract, we're hoping these electrics will be in there. But our big thing right now, we got to get the infrastructure in place, which I'm asking for in the 2020 budget for the plug-ins, be able to plug these in at the various locations. So once we have that, then we can move forward with the actual purchasing of those EV vehicles. So, I'm very on board. I understand, reducing our carbon footprint. I'm all about it, but I need to get the infrastructure in place to be able to do it. And I'm seeing it not only from vehicles, but mowers. Toro, for instance, we're just out there test site. They got a hybrid and electric there as well that they should be bringing out the market in 2020 here as well. So.
I'll just make one last point on this. I mean, electric vehicles are something I'm very interested in, but it's certainly not the only thing. I'm also caring about the mileage, like the size of the vehicle, like do they need to be all large? And then a big thing is like how long are they lasting, and maybe we're inadvertently stretching them out for longer. But that is one of the biggest things that it is part of the carbon impact. Like a lot of times it's better to keep a gasoline-powered vehicle for longer than it is to buy a new electric vehicle, and that's maybe something that our carbon analysis team can help with on our vehicle purchases.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Any further discussion? So I'd like to say thank you both for staying well past dinner time and bringing forth a lovely presentation. I'm ready to move forward and get our staff in safe vehicles. Again, thank you all very much. All in favor of Resolution 2019-361, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes.
I would move Resolution 2019-389, approving a lease agreement with the Headwaters Art Cooperative, leasing commercial space at 1828 Marshall Street Northeast, Suite 14B, located within the Above the Falls Regional Park, for a term of 1 year, effective December 1st, 2019.
Any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-389, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion passes.
Move Resolution 2019-390, approving a lease agreement with Proline Painting, leasing commercial space at 3101 Pacific Street North, Unit 204A, located within the Above the Falls Regional Park on a month-to-month basis, effective December 15th, 2019.
Any discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-390, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion passes.
And move Resolution 2019-391, agreeing to accept the assignment of the City of Minneapolis interest in an interim lease agreement between the City of Minneapolis and North Star Community Rowing for the river access operation of a seasonal rowing program to benefit disadvantaged youth and adolescents and adults with physical disabilities at the Upper Harbor Terminal if the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board acquires all or a portion of the property subject to the interim lease agreement prior to October 31st, 2021.
Any discussion? All those in favor of I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not on this
Forney.
committee, but I do need to acknowledge Penelope Green, who's in the audience and everything, and her steadfast work to make this happen. And as I indicated earlier, the fact that we have 2 items on the agenda that are activating the river above the falls, to me, it's awesome. And I so appreciate all your work, Penelope. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-391, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion passes.
I move Resolution 2019-392, entering into a conservation easement with Firefly Woods LLC for real property with addresses 27, 31, 35, 39, 43 Xerxes Avenue South in the City of Minneapolis, Hennepin County, Minnesota, all contiguous to Theodore Wirth Regional Park.
Any discussion? Commissioner Forney.
I apologize again, but this is an amazing agreement. Thank you so much, David. I love the fact that at the end it says sole governor, so Governor Dayton, I appreciate it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of Resolution 2019-392, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The motion passes.
And move to adjourn.
So, all those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
That was amazing.
Time being 10:02, I'd like to call to order the Standards and Conduct Committee. Secretary, please take the roll.
Secretary Ringgold, before you take the roll, I'll be appointing myself to Vice President Hassan's seat on the committee.
Commissioner Meyer,
Present.
Commissioner Cogill,
Present.
Commissioner Severson,
Present.
Vice Chair French,
Here.
President Bourne.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? No? I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, November 15th, 2017.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
There's no minutes.
Oh.
There are, but I was going to abstain from them because
You weren't around.
President Bourne is the only one on the committee who was around for them, but.
Well, we only have one action, we have an action item.
Should we take our vote?
Take the vote on approval of the minutes.
Sorry. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain?
It failed.
So we have one action item. Who would like to read that?
I'm sorry, I think that failed.
Correct.
Your minutes, your adoption of the minutes failed.
So the minutes failed.
Could Vice Chair French, could I ask for somebody on the prevailing side of the motion to introduce a motion to reconsider the approval of the minutes if the basis of abstention is that you weren't on the board in November of 2017? We will never be able to approve those minutes for the public record.
I think it was 2-0.
It's 2-2 is what the vote was, so it fails. You need a majority for a motion to pass.
Abstentions don't count.
Abstentions count as noes.
Could I ask for a roll call on the approval of the minutes for November 15th, 2017?
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Cogill,
I abstain.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner, or Vice Chair French.
Here.
President Bourne.
Aye.
There are 4 ayes, 1 abstain.
All right. We have one action item. The board adopts resolution 2019-293 captioned as follows. Gonna read that?
I would move, Vice Chair French, I would move Resolution 2019-393, amending the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board rules of the board. The, just a commissioner should have in their packet and proposed red line changes to the board rules. Many of them going through are just page number changes, so I won't go through those. The substantive change is the addition of a new section 40 and then renumbering sections past that, but the addition of a new section 40 would be the addition of a board rule stated as follows. The board will determine and approve the hiring, supervision, and review process for the superintendent, its attorney, its secretary, and any officer or other employee the Minneapolis City Charter or general or special law authorizes the board to appoint. The superintendent is charged with the following following the law with regard to hiring other board employees and is responsible to ensure that all hiring procedures are followed, including the responsibility for deciding who participates in the hiring process. No individual commissioner will participate in a hiring process for non-appointed employees without approval from the Board of Commissioners.
Any questions or discussion? Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem French. I'm not on this committee, so I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak. We all have in front of us a memo from Council Rice. Council Rice, could you please enlighten us as to the legality of the rule change that is under consideration by this committee this evening?
Chair French, Commissioner Musich, could you, I'm not sure I understand your point about legality.
From my interpretation of this memo, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to indicate that what is being proposed in changing our rules is counter to what the charter allows us to do.
Chair French, Commissioner Musich, yes. Let me try to perhaps explain the memo. This part of the memo was really raised by, a question was raised by Commissioner Bourne about the extent of the authority that the board has to employ or retain certain positions. Commissioner Bourne called my attention to provision Charter 6.2H2 of the charter that talks about what the board, who the board may employ in the unclassified service. And Commissioner Bourne is correct that in the charter as it exists now, it says the board may employ the superintendent, its attorney, the park police chief, a landscape architect, and any other officer or employee whose unclassified status in this charter or general special law provides. So he asked for my interpretation of what did that mean. I think it's clearly understood that the board hires a superintendent, that the board hires its attorney. These other positions were in the charter at the time of the plain language charter amendment. They were actually in the civil service part of the chapter of the charter that specified these were the positions that the board could hire. What I'm pointing out in this memo is, and it's the attachment, it's the last page, it's starting in 1969. The board went to the legislature and gave the power of specific appointments to the superintendent. And that list is on very last page. What this is the 1999 law, I believe, 1998 or 99, that expanded on that original 1969 law and said what positions could be appointed. So when you look at this let me make sure I get this right. For the 1999 law, it's getting late, chapter 174, you'll see that with respect to the landscape architect, first off, that landscape architect really kind of became the assistant superintendent of planning, which I think is a requirement of that job. That's paragraph D, and also paragraph M is landscape architect 2. Those positions were given or put under the purview or the authority of the park board superintendent to appoint, as was, if you go down to R, it was the park police chief, which was renamed, actually we call him the chief, but he's really the director of park public safety now. That's the head of the park police. So those positions at the time of the plain language charter was adopted in 2013, for 45 years before then, the superintendent was appointing the park police chief in C and the landscape architect D, as well as any other officer or other employees whose unclassified status this charter or general law provides. But President Bourne was right. If you look at the face of the charter, it looks like the board can appoint all of those people and then anyone else in law. But in fact, when you then go on and read the rest of my memo on page 2 about authority, there were several provisions that were put in the charter to make clear that the plain language charter really was taking the charter and preserving the language and trying to simplify it, bring it into modern grammar, but did not want to make any substantive changes. But what was important in the charter, there were several things that I note were basically the save and hold harmless provisions in the charter. And I talk about that on the 3rd page of my memo. These clauses are generally considered to be the save and hold harmless provisions of the plain language charter. Charter provisions 1.3b2 and 1.3 and paragraph 3 are particularly important, as those provisions specify that the plain language charter did not affect the powers and duties of the board under subparagraph 2 or the powers and duties of the superintendent as an officer of the city under subparagraph 3. So really what those provisions said is that by restating this, we're not changing any powers that existed at the time we changed it. And so go back to 2013, the power of the board was to appoint the superintendent, the attorney, and the secretary, and the superintendent then had the power to appoint all these other positions. Further under Charter Provision 1.3C2A makes clear that the PLC preserve any special laws to the extent that law conferred on any officer a power, right, duty, or role in addition to those provided in the charter of ordinances. I believe that the superintendent power and the role to appoint unclassified park board employees was preserved by these provisions of the PLC. And then lastly, I don't cite this, but and it's not in there, but Charter Provision 1.3D4 said that if there were any settled interpretations under the previous charter as to who had authority to appoint or matters that were carried over, those interpretations would continue. I've searched for, but haven't found so far, in early in Superintendent's Gerben administration, I provided him a legal opinion about what authority the superintendent had under laws 1999, chapter 134. And basically, it's what I've said. I mean, as long as I've been representing the organization, the board appoints the superintendent, the board appoints the attorney, the board appoints the secretary, and everyone else is appointed by the superintendent in the unclassified service. So what this language is meant to say is
Can you
that,
clarify which language you're referring to?
well, this rule, this section 40.
Thank you.
Going back to section, thank you. The first part of the sentence said the board will determine and approve the hiring, supervision, and review process for the superintendent, its attorney, and its secretary. That additional language I would say right now, in any other officer or employee, the Minneapolis Charter gives general or special laws, authorizes the board to appoint. I'm not aware of any other provision in the charter, general or special law, that authorizes the board to appoint anyone else. However, depending on how you wanted to write this rule, you could say that if something happens in the future, the board could appoint those positions. So I don't know if that's answered your question or not.
Kind of.
All right.
So when I read this, I became very concerned that the board was trying to supersede the authority of the superintendent to make appointments of staff that report up to him. That if this were to pass in its current form, there's no way that I could vote for it, because I do not believe that it is our job to be supervising and hiring and being responsible for employees beyond the initial few that are identified in the charter. I certainly don't think that anyone that is in an appointed position in this institution wants to have their annual review with 9 people and have those 9 people be their boss in addition to the people that they already report to. That sort of reporting structure is crazy. I'd also have really serious concerns about whether or not we'd be voiding contracts we have with those employees. So I would ask this committee, if they are going to try to forward this on to the full board, that they reconsider the language and strike any language that refers to positions that may be misconstrued by this body or future park board bodies of any composition to interfere with the responsibilities of the superintendent. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner French. I can give a little bit of context to the origin of the resolution and the language and my agreement with Commissioner Musich. The language on the front end of the proposed rule is exceedingly clear. The board has the authority to hire, supervise, and review the people it has the authority to hire and supervise and review. And that today is the 3 that are stated in the charter. Special law does not, there are special laws passed by the legislature that do not give the board the authority on those other positions. So it's referencing those special laws. If those special laws were to ever change, then this would apply. This language is mirrored language from the charter that says the Minneapolis Park Board has the authority to hire the folks that the Minneapolis Park Board has the authority to hire. So it's an operating rule that is reflected in the city charter. The second half of the resolution and the proposed rules change simply sets up a process for any potential commissioner involvement in any hiring processes outside of those. I agree with Commissioner Musich. I don't personally believe that the Board of Commissioners should have any authority in the hiring of any of the folks that are not spelled out by name in the front end of this proposed rules change. So that's a little bit of the genesis of the rule. I think it just restates what the board does and doesn't have the authority for. That may ebb and flow over time as those laws have changed over the last 136 years of the park board. The remaining part of it just spells out the clear authority for the superintendent at what level she or he is to engage the board at requesting commissioners to have input on other hiring positions.
Thank you, President Bourne. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from staff and from the superintendent what your thoughts are about this. Before that, though, I'll just say, when I'm thinking about this, I'm trying to think of, what policies I want to see regardless of who's in what position. So when I think about which things I think make sense for the board to have some direct say over, I think the police chief is one that makes sense. For the city, the chief of police is nominated, but then a affirmed by the city council. They report to the mayor, but the council also has some say over that. I think Chief Ohado is doing a great job, and this has nothing to do with him, but I think in principle that would be something that I would think would make sense for us, for the board to have a say over. If the state legislature has preempted that, which is what I'm understanding, right? Then the 1969 law doesn't allow that. Then we can't do it. But as this is written, if that were to change, then we could under the charter. So I'm inclined to support that. But yeah, I really want to know, what staff's view and recommendation is.
Super. Commissioner Meyer, I think it's been stated well. I think Council Rice has kind of stated what the provision is, and he has responded to that. And I think that, again, President Bourne has stated what this resolution is, and so I think it's been. I think it's clear that, looking at from 1969 going forward, the responsibility, the part of the superintendent to do the hiring for those positions. That states, again, the appointing positions and all the way down through the staff, and so I think that's clear. And my role and my position as appointed has been stated. My role, along with Councilor Rice, along with the secretary, I think that has also been clear. So I think if it's in the decision on the rule of the appointing or the commissioner being on a panel or how that goes through the process, I have no issue with that at all. I think that is clear to me that has been stated as far as the process of that and how that's conducted. So I agree with that. I think this has been I think again, as Commissioner Nietzsche has mentioned, as long as it's clear about again, the opinion that Councilor Rice has put forward, and that Brad has also stated, President Bourne stated, very formal here. I'm okay with that as long as it is about what currently stands and it affirms what the roles of the superintendent and of the board and its authority.
Thank you. Superintendent Bangora, did that answer your question? Clear. Commissioner Swanee?
Thank you. I guess to me, I'm having a hard time grasping here, and I need to tell you that I believe that our employees are also grasping with this. What's the context? I mean, why are we doing this? I mean, what was at issue here? That is, what to me has been so vague in understanding what's happening. And I guess, my, concern is the unintended consequences of what this is. I believe that Commissioner Musa just said it very well. There is no way that I want to undermine the ability of the superintendent, and it is, we have hired him to hire others and to employ them, to supervise them, I guess is the best way to say it. So I'm trying to figure out what is the problem we're trying to solve, and that is what seems to be lacking in the interpretation here.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. Councilor Rice?
Well, not to Commissioner Forney's question. I would say it's more to Commissioner Meyer's question. You'd asked kind of for our recommendation, and this was an effort that was put together. It was quite I've spent several hours the last couple days trying to get to the question that President Bourne proposed, because you look at the charter and on its face it would say this board has that appointing authority. I had to go back. I knew that wasn't the case, but to reconstruct it, I had to wind my way back through all of the charter changes And if you looked at Chapter 16 of the old charter, you actually wouldn't find there's any authority for the board to appoint a superintendent. What you had to do was go to Chapter 19, the civil service chapter, to see. Interestingly enough, in the old Chapter 16, there isn't even a reference to a superintendent. There's a reference to a secretary, but not to a superintendent. But my point would be, to avoid any other confusion or clarity, I actually think on the first sentence, that if you were just wanted to be clear, you'd say the board will determine and approve the hiring, supervision, review process for the superintendent, its attorney, and its secretary. I think the rest of the languages adds to potential confusion. If I were drafting this, I would delete that language. And I think the next sentence then is that the superintendent is charged with appointing all the other, overseeing the hiring of all the other employees. And really, the last sentence was the one that got to this, and that was a question about commissioners, whether they should be involved in the hiring process at all for the employees that beyond what the board is responsible for appointing. Should you have a commissioner overseeing the appointment or the hiring of any other employee in any other division? And that's, I think, the philosophical debate. How far should commissioners go in being involved in the hiring of staff? It's clear that you have the authority to hire the 3 people at the dais, but when you go beyond that, should you have any role? I think that's the philosophical discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Deputy Superintendent Ringo.
Thank you, Acting Chair French and Commissioners. You know, one thing that I will point out is, and maybe Councilor Rice will be able to help draw the line on this for me, is that in the first sentence it says determine and approve the hiring, supervision, and review processes. Whereas both the charter and the special law don't really refer to processes. They refer to the actual employment of or the appointment of. And so I'm wondering if there's any clarification that needs to happen with that particular language. I appreciate, if I understand this correctly, the intent here is not to establish additional powers or to change powers, but to reaffirm those things that currently exist, if that's my understanding. So then there might even be a way to take this and say the hiring authority of the board is established in, and the superintendent is established in, and articulate the parts of the charter and the parts of the special law that define those things. So actually tying it to that language so that we don't take the risk of changing language in this document in a way we don't intend.
Thank you, Secretary Rango. Commissioner Musich for the second time.
Well, Commissioner Forney's question hasn't been answered, and I'd really like to understand that as well. What is the reason we are considering this? What is the problem we are trying to solve?
Who's that question directed to?
Whoever drafted the rule change.
Commissioner.
I didn't draft the rule change.
No, your lights on.
Oh.
I don't know who you want to answer that question. I think.
Who drafted this rule change? Someone clearly wrote it.
If I can talk. There's an incident maybe a couple weeks ago where a commissioner said in an interviewing process. Earlier this year, we had a big to-do about, it was in the newspapers about commissioners having to do with approving a hire or disapproving a hire. So we have commissioners that are sitting on hiring panels, and that's not okay. So that's why this resolution has been put in tonight. We want to make sure that commissioners aren't sitting on hiring panels and aren't hiring or firing people. That's what we want.
Thank you, Vice Chair French. If I could proceed with my comments, I'll be reclaiming my time.
Point of order, Chair French. Commissioner Musich is not a member of this committee and is not entitled to time unless it's at the discretion of the chair.
Right.
If you'd like to silence me, I'm happy to hold my comments till the next meeting.
Commissioner Kogo.
I would like to move a amended resolution that strikes the last line of the proposed language. That's it.
Point of order, I just want to be able to hear what's going on. Thank you. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sears.
So, I mean, the 10-ton elephant in the room is there was a commissioner that sat on a panel for interviews, right? So that's the conversation that I think that this is about. So I have a few questions because I've heard quite a few rumors. Number one, Superintendent Van Gore, were you aware that there was a commissioner sitting on an interview panel?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair French and Commissioner Severson. The panel itself, yes. Additionally, when it was talked about, the panel didn't go through. There was original hire for that panel. Commissioner Vital was asked to be in the panel. I was aware of the panel. Actually, when I walked past and did see Commissioner Vital in the room, that's when I realized that Commissioner Vital was on the panel. Initially, Chief Ojado had mentioned this in a meeting, but again, I was not aware of that time. I was not fully aware that Commissioner Vital would be sitting on the panel. But it was brought to my attention previously, but I just was not aware of it.
Okay. So it appears to me that this conversation and this was drafted because we need to make a decision if commissioners are going to sit on interview panels. Would commissioners agree with that statement? By nodding heads. Okay. So, I mean, I have a lot of questions about this, and I don't necessarily know if Commissioner Vital was in the wrong for this issue. It was asked by admin level staff, or excuse me, executive level staff. But I have concerns with this because I want to sit on panels then too for recreation. You know what I mean? But now I have concerns because I have sought out support from unions and union backing. I've sought it gets really murky. And then my other question and concern about is, if I'm remembering right, there were a few commissioners who had concerns about me and the relationships that I had with staff. And then it was brought to my attention that per former Superintendent Jay Miller had a rule where staff should not be talking to commissioners. And now so I'm just really confused about all this. So I just think we need to make a decision if we want to put commissioners on interview panels or not. That's what I see this document as. And I think it's a fair conversation to have without us personalizing this and getting upset. That's how I feel. And I guess I'm talking in an upset manner, so I apologize about that, commissioners. Thank you.
I want to go to Commissioner Congo.
I just made a motion. That's all. The motion was made. You want me to restate it?
Yeah, I want you to restate your motion.
The motion was to move the paragraph that is proposed, striking the final sentence.
Is there a second?
You don't need a second, but can I ask a question of clarification to the motion maker, Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Can you specify the language that you're proposing to strike?
No individual commissioner will participate in the hiring process for non-appointed employees without approval from the Board of Commissioners. I would leave it at the superintendent is charged with following the law with regard to hiring, etc.
It's on the floor, so.
Okay, all of the motions
We can discuss.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? President Bourne.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cogill, or Vice Chair Severson. I would respectfully, I would not oppose, I would oppose that, that amendment. I think the Board of Commissioners has a very clear line, and our rules and other sections state it very clearly as to where the path of communication is between commissioners and the board. And I think without personalizing this, I think that there are very much times that I would like to hear from the superintendent or the deputy superintendent that says, I think Commissioner Cogill is the most qualified person in the world to be on this interview panel. And I would like to ask the board to have him sit on this interview panel, and then that's an assignment of the board. I think the concern that I've heard my colleagues, Commissioners French and Severson, just state was that there was a clear breakdown in communication between, frankly, who knew what. I respect the superintendent's response now that that is a clarified response from a response that I had received earlier, that the superintendent was not aware that this was happening, and then that goes into our line of communication rule that it says that Section 38. Commissioners should work through the superintendent, deputy superintendent, and assistant superintendents as identified to resolve concerns in the community. Who we have representing us on our front lines is a very valid concern in the community that should have been addressed through our executive team, which the chief of police and the director of HR and anybody else that invited commissioners to be on that panel are not part of that executive team. I don't think that there is necessarily a problem with having commissioners on any interview panel. I would just like there to be a clear process and for the entire board to be informed when it's happening. So for that matter, I would oppose this. I would oppose that amendment. I would be supportive of the language redaction that Council Rice is suggesting, that deletes the mirrored language to the city charter. And I don't know if I would support Commissioner Meyer's concept of who the board should hire. I think it's very appropriate that I think it makes sense who we hire right now. It's 2019 and it makes sense who we hire. But if Commissioner Meyer wanted to pursue that route, he would be looking at an amendment to our legislative agenda to amend the special law that that delegated that authority away from the board to the superintendent. I don't believe I would be personally supportive of that. But if it's to build some consensus, I think the language that is causing confusion is the language that is mirrored in the charter. But it is Commissioner Cogill's amendment substantially changes what's trying to be addressed. So I'll be voting against that, and I would ask my colleagues to also vote against the amendment.
Commissioner Meyer.
It's really too late at night to be going over this, but so I mean, I guess I see two things. One is, an issue of who the board appoints directly, and there had been conversations about, should we be taking advantage of what the charter gives us and learning this new information about this 1969 law, but that was part of the background of it. And then the other one is about the role that individual commissioners play in the hiring of other employees. I'm really going to rely on staff for recommendations on that. I guess I'll just note, we're really fortunate that we have a very professionalized park board, that we don't have the patronage or corruption that Minneapolis had in the past, and then other cities around the country still have problems with. I want to make sure that we are, have a process to maintain that. So I want to know what staff's guidance is on best practices on that. Want to make sure that we're consistent when we do it. I personally, don't have a problem with Commissioner Vitaw sitting on the police interviews, or with Commissioner Severson sitting on recreation interviews. Like, to me, that seems like quite a lot of work. I'm thankful that they're willing to step up and do that. I do share Commissioner Severson's concerns about, would that potentially, lead to unions, donating or not donating based on who you hired, or, the people who are looking for jobs, would they, start thinking they need to make campaign donations to certain commissioners? So, I don't know. I got from Superintendent's answer at the beginning, I think I heard a recommendation to support it, but I just want to clarify, like, what is your recommendation on the best practices for us?
Chair French and Commissioner Meyer, I think the way the language is, as Councilor Rice is looking at the language and with some maybe adjustments to it, but I believe again that the process of how a commissioner or a person is then put onto a panel, I don't disagree with the recommendations in front of us, which is that it would go to, if there was a question come to me, then it would go to the board. So I have no problem with the resolution itself as far as whether or not how that process goes and how a commissioner then goes into a panel or to be on a panel, like any commissioner that would request to do that or be recommended to do that. So I don't disagree with that language.
Commissioner Meyer,
yeah.
Any more discussion? It's pretty late, Commissioner Farney. I guess if you can be quick.
I agree with you. It's pretty late, and I guess my suggestion is I think that this should be tabled. I'm not on this committee, but because it is late, and already people have said that it's hard for us to digest what this is all about, I'd suggest that you table it. This is a legal matter. It's not an urgent matter, and I believe that we need to have more discourse and input as to its ramifications, because there could be a lot of unintended consequences as a result of it.
Chair French, I would call the question on Commissioner Cogill's amendment.
I want to, something to say.
I withdraw my calling of the question.
I mean, the reason we did this is because earlier this year there was a big kerfuffle about what commissioners are allowed to do and what commissioners aren't allowed to do. I'm gonna go against your motion, and the reason is I don't think that there should never be a case where commissioners sit on panels. I just think that the whole board should have the chance to approve that. And that's why I'm gonna not support that. Other than that, I'm gonna call a question.
This is for Commissioner Cogill's
For
amendment.
Commissioner Cogill's amendment to the initial resolution, I would like to call, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Noes have it, your motion fails.
Vice Chair French, I would like to move a motion. I would like to amend the resolution through unanimous consent of the committee to strike the language and any officer or other employees, the Minneapolis City Charter or a general or special law authorizes the board to appoint.
Any discussion? Commissioner Meyer, I'm sorry. Commissioner Stevenson, sorry.
I just want to share my concern that I think we were elected to be a policy-making board and not a human resources board. Yes, we absolutely do choose our superintendent, but I just want this board to know that I feel, in the position that I hold, that it is extremely inappropriate. I don't think that I should be serving on boards, particularly the ones that I'm concerned about are civil service jobs. I think it's not a good area for us to go into. I just want to be extremely clear about that. So I hope you can wrap your mind around that. I just think it puts us at risk. I feel like it puts us at risk. And I just think that it's not a good thing. And I hope we can wrap our minds around this as a group. And I don't want this personalized. That's what I don't want. I just do not believe that a Board of Commissioners should be sitting on civil service interview panels. It's just my opinion, and I hope that anybody else can tune in to have more robust conversation. I'm just comfortable with it. I trust the leadership that we have. I trust the superintendent that we have. I think he knows clearly how I feel about who should be leading our specifically our recreation department. But I think he knows all of us pretty well and the expectations, even us that disagree with things. So I trust our staff, and I want our staff to be able to make these decisions.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Commissioner Meyer. What was that, Commissioner Vito?
Yes, it is.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Chair French. So I just first want to say sorry to any staff that's had to deal with this madness about me spending 2 full days of my life in these interviews. First, I was appointed to the Police Oversight Committee without asking for it. So I don't see a reason that anyone would have a problem with me serving in this capacity when this board continues to say that we want more people of color to serve in our park police force, when we say things, when we ask questions constantly about who is hiring these people. Also, I hired no one. I sat on a panel of 4 people that was part 1 of, I believe, 5 processes that these potential officers were going to go through. We spent 20 minutes with each person. They still had to complete a physical, a psychiatric exam, another interview, and a background check, and a couple other things. So in no way, form, or fashion did I make a decision to hire park police officers. And then, a couple people have said it's not personal, but it's interesting how it came up after I shared my wonderful experience with serving in this capacity. And another point of clarification, I'm pretty sure I was asked to do this some time ago, and I said I would have been doing it, but because I had a conflict in my work schedule, I wasn't able to do it. So there's nothing here that I'm trying to hide. I definitely didn't do anything wrong. I feel great about what I did. If there were commissioners who needed to serve in a capacity in the way that I feel I did, which is an evaluation for people who are going to be carrying guns, very different than my neighbor's daughter who may be the park director or anything like that. Like, this is very different. We're talking about police officers. We're talking about someone who is going to be in communities protecting and serving. So I don't like the idea of comparing this to other positions within the park board. It's a very different position. Again, police officers, persons who are carrying guns. 2 years I've been here, and all we talk about is more people of color being in the park police force. Who's hiring these people? How are they going to get there? I have no problem moving forward with coming before the board and asking 8 other board members or whoever shows up to serve in this capacity, but I won the election to serve in that way if I want to. I was appointed to a committee that I didn't want. Who else? Why wouldn't you ask me? Why would you not ask me, the chair of the Police Oversight Committee, a black woman, to sit in these interviews? It could only make it better. So again, it's very disappointing that me serving in this capacity, which I think was amazing, was great, was added. It definitely added value to the, 40 people that came in for 20 minutes each. I think it's disturbing that this is the way that this all played out, that an experience that was so good for me turned into this madness. So again, sorry to any staff that's had to deal with this, and definitely any staff that's had to spend their time working on this. I really do apologize to everyone, and I'm sorry that this is even happening.
Thank you, Commissioner Vito. Commissioner Severson.
Thank you, Chair French and Commissioner Vito, for your comments, but I just want to be clear, and I disagree with you wholeheartedly. Yes, the police hold value, but the people who protect and serve in my community are the rec directors. That's how I vision them. So they are not low level to me. That's how I see them. The programming that puts forth stops the police from having to go deal with them. So I just want to be clear in my stance. That's who protects and serves my community. These are people with my kid when I'm not around. These are people supervising staff with my child when I'm not around to protect and serve them. Sometimes they have worse. We don't know intentions. I can tell you one day what happened to my dad and all my uncles at Farley Park, though. Trust me, 10 times more worse than a gun. 10 times more worse than a gun. Promise you that.
Let's try to keep everything.
So I just want everybody to know, rec directors protect and serve at a high level just like our police do, period.
Thank you, Commissioner Severson. Any more discussion? Commissioner Meyer.
So I believe we're on the amendment, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so the amendment, again, just removes "and any officer or other employee that the Minneapolis City Charter or general or special law authorizes the board to appoint. So that would mean that, even if the state legislature changed the 1969 special law, that our rules would still limit it to just those three. I do think that there's a special argument for greater scrutiny for people with guns, and that applies to both the chief and to the officers. I think that Commissioner Severson is right that rec directors may deserve special scrutiny as well. The remainder of this amendment, after President Bourne's amendment would strike that line, would still allow for the board to appoint people to that. It would just be in a more formal manner. I think that would probably still be an improvement. That there would be public awareness that commissioners are involved in this, so that people can know that they need to be paying attention to that. I think that would still be helpful in just making sure that we don't go backwards and keep our professionalized system. But as I said previously, if we do pass this, I would be willing to approve both requests from Commissioner Vita or Commissioner Severson to sit on those hiring panels.
Commissioner Severson.
I just need to add one more thing too that sorry, this will be my last comment. I also think if we're not going to go forward with this and we're going to let commissioners on the interview panels, I think we need to let every civil service staff on that panel know that there'll be a commissioner there, so they don't have concerns about their jobs afterwards because they weren't aware that commissioners were sitting on the board, because they may have said something that is in disagreement with the commissioner on that panel, because that was a concern.
Any more discussion? I'd like to call the question of President Bourne's motion. Anybody else discussion? That's it? President Bourne, can you read your motion one more time before we take a vote?
Yes, Vice Chair French, the language would stand as printed, except we would follow Council Rice's recommendation and strike the words, and any officer or other employee the Minneapolis City Charter or general or special law authorizes the board to appoint. And then we'll continue on with the rest of the language.
And add an "and" before its secretary. Delete what you just said, President Bourne, but then add an "and" before its secretary. So it would read for the superintendent, its attorney, and its secretary.
Correct. I would make that part of my amendment.
Okay, so being that said, all those in favor of Commissioner Bourne's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Not in favor, say no. Okay, it passes, motion passes, so now we're back on the original resolution, and are we done with the discussion for that? I think we are. I like to call a vote on the original resolution. We don't do second.
Amended resolution.
On the amended resolution. All in favor of the amended resolution, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Abstentions, no. Perfect. All right.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn. So move, let's do it.
All those in favor? adjournment?
All those in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye. I am, the time being 10:53, I'm reconvening the regular meeting of the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, Chair Vita.
No, it's coming back.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would like to move Resolution 2019-389, a resolution approving a lease agreement with the Headwaters Art Cooperative leasing commercial space at 1828 Marshall Street Northeast, Suite Number 14B, located within the Above the Falls Regional Park for a term of 1 year, effective December 1st, 2019.
Second.
389 has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the secretary to take the roll.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogia.
Aye.
Commissioner Severson.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Vita.
Aye.
Commissioner French.
Aye.
Commissioner Forney.
Aye.
President Bourne.
Aye.
You have 8 ayes, 1 absent.
The motion passes. Moving to petitions and communications, Commissioner Vita.
Go pass. Let's go.
Meyer.
Yep, I heard you.
Meyer.
I think he's hinting to you to pass.
I know it's late.
Oh my God.
They are gross.
We'll be meeting again in 2 weeks.
I think it's just important to recognize the death of Representative Loeffler. I talked to her for an hour the day before she died. I looked back at my phone records with her, and there wasn't a single time that she had called me that I didn't talk to her for at least an hour. She was extremely passionate about our parks, about the river, about getting art in our parks, and about the St. Anthony Parkway. And that's what she was talking about just before she died. And I, was thinking about that when she kept having more things to say, and I was like, Diane, I have to move on, but I can call you tomorrow, and then there was no tomorrow to call her. But so I'm always going to wonder, what more she might have said. But she really did mentor me. She taught me a lot about local politics in Minneapolis, and I hope that we can find something suitable to name after her, to memorialize her legacy. And I'll be reaching out to her family to find something appropriate to do that with. And there will be a celebration of her life this Saturday, 1 to 4 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer. Commissioner Cogliano. Pass. Commissioner French.
Pass.
Forney.
Pass.
Severson.
Pass.
Usage.
Pass.
I will also pass. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, we are adjourned.